Yes. Are you ready?
Yes, my lord, just once again, we just want to mention that exhibits MM as with certain pages that might not be visible, and that exhibit in fact goes up to page 11, my lord, and not 9.
Okay, page 11.
Yes, up to page 11. And it goes along with exhibits UU1 and 2. Then exhibit NN goes up to page 18. However, pages 17 and 18 already form part of exhibit KK that has already been handed up. And all these are OB entries, my lord, from various police stations.
Yeah, okay.
If we can also ask that my colleague Advocate Sibanda be allowed to assist should the need arise, to assist the witness with the exhibits.
I thought you wanted to say something, Mr. Minister.
Yes, just to address the court on one aspect.
You want to?
I'm requesting for an indulgence just to address the court on one aspect relating to this witness.
Okay.
Yes. My Lord, it will be remembered that at the onset of at the inception of this trial within a trial, the state made mention of the fact that there are statements that the state would want to prove in respect of accused number 3, 4, and 5. There was a bit of a request for clarification there as to what is it that the state would want to demonstrate to the court on the content of the said statement that the state says it wants to prove against accused number 3, 4, 5. Then the state said it is just the statement, my lord. Now, on the documents that we have been furnished by the state, which are the statement regarding the interview with the suspect, which is the document that the state intends to prove against accused number 3, 4, and 5, we have noted, my lord, that there's a portion where this witness also participated in that document. To be very specific, he participated as a commissioner of oath. Now, before the court could resume, we took this aspect up with our colleague for the State Advocate Baloyi and wanted to clarify with him as to whether or not would then that be the beginning of a testimony on the aspect of admissibility of the document that we mentioned at the beginning of the trial within a trial as they relate to accused number 3, 4, and 5. The answer that we're getting, my lord, is that this witness will not be testifying about accused number 3, about accused number 4, and about accused number 5. But the challenge that we have, my lord, is his name is included in the statement that we were furnished. On the statement regarding the interview with the suspect, his name is also included there. So I'm not so sure whether the state intends to, because the state specifically indicated that this witness will only testify in respect of accused number 1 and 2. I'm not so sure whether the state is then saying that this witness, for purposes of this trial within the trial as it is happening now, will only concentrate on accused number 1 and 2. And again, within the same trial, within the trial, this witness is going to be recalled to come and say something, if there is anything to be said, in respect of accused number 3, 4, and 5, my lord. That is the clarification that we want to know. And the basis of this clarification, my lord, it's simply that if this witness were to start to say something about accused number 3, 4, and I'm not pleading the case here of accused number 4 and 5 as well, my lord, but we are in the same boat here. But if this witness were to start, as he is being led by the state, to say something in relation to accused number 3, 4, and accused number 5, then we will go back to the initial argument that we raised at the beginning, my lord, that before a witness starts to testify against accused number 3, 4, and 5, we would want to know exactly, with certainty, as to what is it that the state intends to demonstrate when it leads the evidence relating to the warning statements. In other words, what is it that the state would ultimately want to argue as being the content of the statement that it wants to prove before court, my lord? That is going to enable us to prepare our defense and conduct our defense in line with what the state is going to argue ultimately as to why it actually wants to lead to this information or evidence, my lord. Thank you, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Baloyi.
As you could please, my lord, I have indeed intimated to my colleagues that this witness will be confined to the statements that were made by accused number 1 and 2. Hence, we've been going through the occurrence book entries, and those pertain only to accused 1 and 2. Insofar as the issue is concerned that has been raised by Advocate Nisi, that this witness might have commissioned the warning statement of their clients. Well, firstly, his evidence is not going to touch on that. I've given them that assurance. But secondly, my understanding of their defense during the trial, within the trial, is that their clients did not make any statements. So the commissioning thereof, with the greatest of respect, I don't think is at issue. They're simply saying, they didn't make any statements. So it's then for the state then to show that indeed a statement was made. And we must keep in mind at this stage, my lord, that it's only about the voluntariness of the statement and not the contents thereof. So Advocate Sergeant Mohane's evidence, should we reach that point about the contents, will only be relevant at that stage if the contents of those statements are disputed. But for present purposes, my lord, we're not going to canvass that.
So these are the statements of accused 3, 4, 5?
Yes.
Because the defense of accused Number 3, 4, 5 is that their clients did not make any statements.
Indeed.
But in the same breath, they want to know what is the contents of the statements.
Yes.
Is that what?
Yes. Well,
It's an oxymoron.
It's a two-pronged.
You know what's an oxymoron?
Two-pronged attack on the warning statements, but we are of the view, my lord, that that shouldn't really be an issue at this stage, given their defense.
Mr. Mnisi, what's your response? Because Mr. Baloyi says your defense
Yes, my lord.
is that your clients, 2,
Yes.
3, 4, 5, never made statements.
Yes, my lord.
Never made statements.
Yes, my lord.
Yeah.
That is so, my lord. However, that needs to be contextualized. When we say they did not make any statement, I'm not even so sure whether I'm positioned now to disclose what actually happened. But I think ultimately it will have to come to the court, my lord. When I said that it did not make any statement, it does not mean that there's something that is not contained in this document, my lord. There is something that is contained in this document which it does not bear knowledge of. So on the basis of what is contained in the statement, prima facie, there's a statement that was made, but our defense is it did not make that statement. That is what I meant by saying it did not make a statement, my lord. He bear no knowledge of what is contained in here.
Yeah,
and the
fine, yeah,
state
I hear you.
insists, my lord, that they would want to prove the statement. And I don't think that the state would simply want to prove the statement or the document simply for the sake of it being a document. There is something that is contained in this document that the state would want to demonstrate and bring it to the attention of
Is
this
there any
court.
unlawfulness in that aspect? Because this court, if anything is unlawful
Yes, my lord.
and doesn't comply with the Constitution, I won't allow it.
As it
But I don't know what you guys are talking about. I don't know. All I know is what the state is telling me, that they have a witness who's not going to traverse
yes, my lord.
the evidence of number 3, 4,
Yes.
5. Is going to testify in respect of the evidence of 1 and 2.
Yes, my lord.
And then Mr. Baloyi says, you, as far as he's concerned, your clients, you have told him, did not make any statements. But he is saying your clients made statements. That's it. So that matter be resolved by the evidence. I told you about officers of court to tell this court one thing and the other thing. I mean, what should I do? He says your clients made statements. You say your clients didn't make statements. How will I know? I don't have them here. Let the evidence be led. If those statements are inadmissible, we'll see. If they are admissible, we'll see. I don't know. I can't prejudge the issue here now. Okay.
That is the reason why, my lord, I am standing and saying that in the document where the state alleges that our client made a statement, the name of these witness features. But the state then says, no, don't worry, this witness will not say anything about your client. So we don't know whether we need to cross-examine this witness or what.
Any witness who testifies here, you have a right to cross-examine him or her. Okay.
As it is the court.
Yes, Mr. Baloyi, let's start.
As the court, please, my lord.
Can you say you have sworn the witness in?
Not yet, my
Not
lord.
yet. Please do so.
May it please the court. Ngicela usho amagama akho wonke nesibongo. Asiqale la. Uzokhuluma lokho le.
Spade.
O tla bolela Sepedi. Kopa o bolelle maina a gago ka moka le sefane.
Ke nna Vus Omozi Mogane.
O tla ba le bothata ka o tšea tlamo ya go bolela nnete. No objection to taking the prescribed oath, my lord. Ga ile re o tla bolela nnete le nnete fela o sena se seng ka ntlha ya nnete. E mesa le so gore modimo o thushe.
Dimentusha.
So sworn, my lord.
Yes.
Is it correct that you are a sergeant in the South African police.
Ke nnete hore o sergeant mo sepodising sa South Africa?
Ke nnete.
That is correct. Ukubuza ukuthi uyiqiniso yini ukuthi usayitsheni esipodising sa South Africa wathi yebo kunjalo?
When did you join the South African police service?
Uthome neng ho berekela sepodising sa South Africa?
Ka August 2002 ka di 4.
On the 4th of August 2002.
Can you just briefly set out your career history in the police until now?
O ka re botsa gore o berekile go tloga kae wa di eng mo sepodising go fitla go njaje?
Ke joined sepodisa ka 2002 ka ya college.
I joined the police service in 2002 and I went to college. Nga qala esipodising in 2002 lapho ke engaya khona e-college.
Ka wa wona ka fetsa basic training ka boela station ka ba le focus.
I then finished my basic training and I went back to the station and I became a detective. Ushuthi waqeda ke college sengibuyela ngasengibuyela station esikhumulweni samaphoyisa la ngaba khona umpheli.
Which station?
Station since
Bekele Uvel police station.
I was in the Uval police station. Ngasebenzela i-Uval police station.
In Johannesburg?
Yeah, in Johannesburg.
Yes, it's in Johannesburg.
Yes.
Yebo kusekhona.
Ome o tloga fa o ye ka 2004 bankisha Hillbrow tracing unit.
From there, in
Yes.
2004, I was taken to the Hillbrow tracing unit. Kusuka lapho ke ngayiswa e-Hillbrow ngesenzela tracing unit.
Ka ro fetsa fa o ye ka boela Uvel gape ka ba le focus.
And then from there, I went back to Yeovil and as a detective. Kusuka lapho ke ngaphindela e-Yeovil ngayoba umseshi khona.
Yes, which years?
Ngeminyaka efi.
The early 2006.
It was in 2006. Ngonyaka 2006.
Yes.
Then 2007 ka joina Johannesburg vehicle theft unit.
And 2007, I joined the Johannesburg Vehicle Theft Unit. In 2007, ngase ngiqala ngisebenzela iqembu elithiwa i-Johannesburg Vehicle Theft Unit.
Then
Yes.
2010 ka joina provincial taxi violence unit ke mo kopaneng le Colonel Gininda was still a captain there, brigadier.
In 2010,
2010 provincial taxi violence unit.
I joined the Provincial Taxi Violence Unit, which where I met Brigadier Dininza. At the time, he was still a captain. Lapho ke ngo-2010 ngajoina i-Johannesburg Taxi Violence Unit, Provincial Taxi Violence Unit. Ngahlangana ke no Brigadier Gininda. Kodwa ke lapho kwayeso captain.
Is it correct that Brigadier Gininda is the lead investigator in this matter?
Brigadier Gininda ke na a dirang dinyakišišo yo mogolo a dirang dinyakišišo mo kgetseng.
Ke nnete.
That is correct. Yebo kunjalo. Brigadier Gininda uyena ke umseshi omkhulu kulolu daba.
Yes.
Omega 2012 ka boela gape Johannesburg vehicle theft unit.
In 2012, I went back to the Johannesburg
Johannesburg vehicle theft unit.
Johannesburg Vehicle Theft Unit. Ngo-2012 ngabuyela ke ku-Johannesburg Vehicle Theft Unit.
Yes.
Then 2016 ke joina National Cold Case Unit in Pretoria.
In 2016, I joined the National Cold Case Unit in Pretoria. Ngo-2016, ilanga qala khonsezela i-National Cold Case Unit eLaPitori.
And who is the head of that unit?
Kimang omogolomo.
The Brigadier Gininda.
It is Brigadier Gininda. Omkhulu ke kuleyo ndawo uBrigadier Gininda uyena umkhuzi walelo qembu.
Yes.
Omme ke le go joina unit e moshomo wa ka ke go collecta di docket go tloga dinageng tša Afrika Borwa ka moka.
And in my duties within this unit is to collect dockets from all over South Africa.
tše e leng gore di na le molato e le gore o lebane le unit ya rena.
These dockets are those that have cases that we are concerned with.
Yes.
Futhi ke lapho ke mina umsebenzi wami ukuhamba ngithatha wonke amadokete la kwelasemzansi anamacala aqondene nathi.
Now, in total, how many years service do you have?
Kore kamuka
In the South African Police Service.
Emikaimo sepodising sa South Africa.
Ke na le ngwaga e masome a mabedi le motšo o tee.
I have 21 years in the South African Police Service. Ngamashumi amabili nanye esiphoyiseni sase South Africa.
Are you part of the investigating team in this matter?
Ulelokulaba ngiyakishishimo ukhetsinye.
Ke nnete.
That is correct. Yebo ngomunye wabaseshi kulelu daba.
And what do your duties entail in this team?
Mo timu me shume ya hokudi.
Ke go ba el focus
It is to be a detective. Yebo umsebenzi wami lana ukuba umphenyi.
go nyakishisha le ba gononelwa.
And it also to investigate the suspects. Ukushike ngiphenyeke abasolo.
Le go tšea di-exhibit le di isha for downloading.
And also to collect exhibits to take them for downloading. Futhi ke nokuthatha ke izinkomba ziyo download.
Moshomo o botlhokwa-tlhokwa ko go swara gape re šetše re feditše go phenya.
Also, the very important responsibility is to arrest once we're finished with our investigations. Futhi komunye umsebenzi ukuthi ke ngisiyobopha uma sekuwukuthi sesiqedile uphenyo lwethu.
Can you then tell the court in your own words what happened in December of 2019?
Oka uja hore kamanja hore ho diragetseng ka di December 2019.
Brigadier Kininda o ile sa le colonel. O ile a hwetša tshedimošetšo ka case ya go bolawa ka Senzo Meyiwa.
Brigadier Kininda got information about the case of the death of Senzo Meyiwa, but at that time he was still really
Colonel.
he was a colonel at that time. Brigadier Kininda wathola ke ulwazi mayelana nokubulawa kaSenzo Meyiwa kodwa ngaleso sikhathi wayeso colonel.
Yes.
Bjale ke re bereka mmogo a re bitša ra dula fase ra hlahla molato.
And since we're working together, he brought us together and we sat down and discussed this particular case. And ngoba ngisasebenza ndawonye wasibiza sahlala phansi sayibheka ke licala le.
Yes.
Go ile wa tšwelela gore go na le bana ba tlhano ba tseneng ba ile gore ne ba le.
Yes, so you don't need to go into details. What did you do in December of 2019?
Uskazana la inoro bucha fela gore go diragetseng ka December 2019.
Really re phenya wa tšwela lebitso la Bongani Ntanzi.
And while we're conducting our investigations, a name of
Bongani Ntanzi.
a name of Bongani Ntanzi came up. Ngesisazake uphenyo lethu kwavela igama lika Bongani Ntanzi.
Yes.
Mme e be gona le tlhodi e be re botša gore mollo wa amega mo molatong.
And there was an informer who told us that this man is involved in this case.
Yes.
Also,
Information was received regarding Mr. Bongani Ntanzi, is that correct?
Ke nnete ya.
What did you do as a result of that information?
manje nezaninga lilela diankatse boyo
A re ile ra itshara lo fase ra ya hlahla ra nyako tse borna o kragala kae o dirile eng.
we sat down and discussed it and wanted to know where he could be found and where and what he had done sasihlala phansi siyaxoxa le ndaba safuna ukwazi ukuthi wenzeni futhi nokuthi utholakalaphi.
Yes.
O ile a kragala gore o ba bereka mining o mongwe kwa Western area.
It was then discovered that he worked for a certain mine in Western area. Sasisithola ukuthi usenza kwenye izmayini ese-Western area.
Yes.
O me re ile ra monyakishisha ra ska kgona mo kreya.
We tried to look for him, unfortunately we could not find him. Samfuna kodwa ke asizange sikwazi ukumthola.
Yes.
O me ra kreya le gore tlhodi ya rena rono o shetse a thutile o ile.
Yes, you received information.
Yes.
Did you follow up on the information?
Yes. Eh.
Yes, we did follow up on that information. Saseke silandela lolwazi esalunika.
Yes, and what did you establish?
Lilela hwetjeng.
Re ra hwetja gore mollo a sa shoma ka kwa mining Western area o shetsa.
Yes. Yes, you followed up the information.
Yes.
What did you find?
Lilela hwetjeng ga le nya.
Re le kra gore wa mega mo.
We discovered that he is in that involved in that case. Sasithola ukuthi yebo ngempela uyathinteka kulolu daba.
Did you try to trace him?
Lilela nyaka omnyaka.
Minyakile.
Yes, we did look for him. Yebo samfuna.
Yes.
Re le ra kra le gore gape ntse re minyaka bjalo o na le milato e le gore be mo ama.
And as we were looking for him, we also discovered that there are certain cases which he might be involved in apart from this specific one. Sasithola ukuthi khona eminye amanye amacala atholakala ukuthi ngathi nakhona uyathinteka ngaphandle kwaleli cala.
Yes.
O mela wana re ile ra nyaka melato eo e ra e fumana.
And then we went to look for those cases and we found them. Sasifuna namanye ke amacala ukuthi uyathinteka kuwona sawathola.
Yes.
O me ra hwetja ra lo fase gape le Brigadier Geninda.
And we went to sit again to discuss with Brigadier Geninda. Sasiphinde luke phansi sikhuluma no Brigadier Geninda.
Ape le re bereka le Sergeant Mkhola.
And also we work with Sergeant Mkhola. Futhi ke sebenza no Sergeant Mkhola.
Yes.
Ahora na kwela e be le bjale tloa ka December ra minyaka ge re minyaka re pleke cheka moka.
And from December we looked for him and we looked all over for him. And so ngo December samfuna kodwa samfuna yonke indawo.
Yes, which year?
Bangwahofi?
Late 2019 and early 2020.
And kusuka ekugcineni ka 2019 kuyofika ku 2020.
Yes.
O me re le ra monyaka ra mo hwetja e le gore sorry o Phukeng, Rustenburg.
We looked for him until we discovered that he stays in Phukeng in Rustenburg. Samfuna sase sathola umkhondo uthi uhlala ePhukeng eRustenburg.
Yes. When did you locate him?
Lele la Mukhwejane.
Ra mo hwetja ka June.
We eventually got him in June.
Of which year?
Ka ngwahofi
2020.
in 2020. Sagcina simthole ngoJune 2020.
Yes.
O me ga re o ana le melate mentšhe a megang go yona. Re fitlha kwa o na le mogolo gore menyakela ona wa Nongoma.
Bona le o mogolo?
Wa case ya Nongoma.
Oh, molato.
Yeah.
Well, since he had many cases, there was a big case that was from Nongoma that he appeared to be involved in as well. sithe masamfuna sathola nokuthi khona iqembu elikhulu elivela kwaNongoma nalo athintekayo kulona.
Yes. Then wabale ngwe gape ya Fosloras le yona.
There was also another case from Fosloras. Kwasukuba nelinye icala lase Fosloras.
Isengile la Blawe umonga apha nomlando.
Not this murder case. Kungelona ke leli cala lokubulala.
Yes.
Ome ra dile go ebelele be kana le Sergeant Mabena, the late Sergeant Mabena.
I also mentioned that I was with Sergeant Mabena, the late Sergeant Mabena. Sengishilo ukuthi ngangisenzisana no Sergeant Mabena osesishiyile.
And who is Sergeant Mabena?
Come Sergeant Mabena.
Sergeant Mabena ki obergal fape la crime intelligence. Mossad Mos Police Africa Bor.
Sergeant Mabena used to work in crime intelligence in the South African police. Sergeant Mabena wayesenza nalabo abafuna ke abathungatha ulwazi esiphoyiseni sase South Africa.
When did he pass on?
Wash ulahla kofana ne?
Ego pola botse ngwaga go feta ka September.
If I remember correctly, he passed away in the last year in September. Mangumla kahle wadlula emhlabeni kulonyaka wedlule ngoSeptember.
Ka kutsi ya motor.
In a car accident. Washona ke engozini yemoto.
Yes.
Sergeant Mabena ke ena ba re go beletsa information.
Sergeant Mabena was the one that was collecting information for us. Sergeant Mabena yena wasiqoqela ulwazi.
Yes.
And ke ena gape ba le re ba shoma le tlhodi tse dintse tse di thushitseng molato.
He was also the one who was working together with the other informants that were helping us in this case. Wena wayesebenza ke nabanye ke abasithungathela ulwazi kuleli loludaba.
Yes, you mentioned that you were with him, Sergeant Mabena. What happened?
Sergeant Mabena.
Ya go meka di 16th of June re le ra fihla kwa Phukeng.
On the 16th of June, we did arrive in Phukeng. On the 16th of June, Safike Phukeng.
Which year?
2020.
That was in 2020.
Yes.
Ka ge tlhodi be shetse re boditse gore re ka mokra ga Bongani Ntanzi ra go me ya ile re bontsha plekeo.
Since the informant informed us where we would find Bongani Ntanzi, he then directed us to that place.
Yes, we followed up the information. What happened?
And then what did after?
So re tsamaya le ena re le belisha molato a re bontsha Ntanzi a dulang ona go mera mmona le mosagare.
We went there during the day and where we were, he showed us where Ntanzi could be found. Was his tatagisi ala Ntanzi thola kona go isemini.
Yes.
Ale manchiwana a June 16, 2020 re ya police station ya Phukeng.
On the evening of June 2016, we went to the Phukeng police station. Kusihlwa ke umhla 16 June 2020 sasesiya esikhumulweni sasemaphoyisa sasePhukeng.
Yes.
Ke molao gore ge re fihla dipoleke tse dingwe tshwanetse re fete police station go pele thuso ya maphodisa.
It is custom that when I go to a different place, we need to go first to the local police station and ask for assistance. Umthetho ukuthi uma siya kwenye indawo sifika singene esikhumulweni samaphoyisa sicele usizo khona.
Yes.
Ome re le go fihla ona ra gopela re tswa National Cold Case Investigation a re tsebe pleke ya go ska re ke boshego bile a re tshepe motho.
And then we informed them that we come from the National Cold Case Unit and we do not know the place and we do not trust anyone. So sesifika kuleyo ndawo sathi sabacela ukuthi siphuma ku National Cold Case Unit sabatshela nokuthi asiyazi indawo futhi ke sithembi umuntu.
Yes.
Ke umebele ba dumela ra gopela ba re fele se tšere Ntanzi a dulang ga tšetse re go bone mosagare.
They also agreed to accompany us to where Ntanzi was staying the place that we had been shown during the day. Asebevuma ukuthi bangasiphelezela siye kule ndawo la uNtanzi ayitholakala khona ke la basube sikhombisile emini.
Yes. Yes.
Ome lo fitla kwa rapokota mo rooming ri boneng segare ya Ntanzi.
On our arrival, we knocked at the room which I had seen during the day, where Ntanzi is supposed to stay. Sasifika sangoza kuleli room kumbilele asasitshele ukuthi uNtanzi uhlala khona esikhonjisiwe emini.
And you said this was in Phokeng?
Yes, in Phokeng, Rustenburg.
Yeah, kwakuse Phokeng eRustenburg.
Yes.
Ome wila rulela rai mochal grama polisa abula.
And we informed them that we are the police, and then they opened for us. Some chaluti sama police also vule.
Yes.
Ome ram hoichana la kharwa ya Motswana.
And when we got inside, we found him with his Tswana girlfriend. So sisithola khona ke ukuthi wayehleli nengcwa yakhe yomtswana.
Yes.
Ile ga mo jara wa mkhalabe apo wa mega molato mo wa longoma mo babulaileng mo tibile le sethunya se go tjagetse.
And we informed him that he is a suspect in the case of murder in Nongoma, where also a gun was found. So simchala ukuthi ethinta ke qaleni la Nongoma la wabula khona umuntu futhi ke nokuthi isibhamu sesatholakala.
Arvele verche chanala o nitor ke ena ka ge hlodi ya rena imo e re bontshitja yena.
Since we were already aware that it was him, since our informer had given us information about him, njengoba sasisazi ukuthi uyena ngoba owayesiza ngolwazi wayesitshelile ukuthi uyena.
Yes.
Ile ka mo jora wa mgalabe o tseba ka eng o tseba eng ka molato wa Nongoma na.
And then I asked him what he knows about the Nongoma case. I said,
Yes, you interviewed the suspect. Was he then arrested?
Yes, we arrested him.
Yes.
Ome ya velo ke malela ditokelo tsa go tsa go swarwa.
And then informed him of his rights. Ngase ngemtshela ngamalungelo akhe.
Mega chala di handcuffs.
And then we handcuffed him. Sasesimfakoza Nkosi.
Yes. Which are those rights that you explained to him? How did you go about explaining those rights?
We first told him that we are arresting him regarding the Nongoma case. Sasisamtshela ukuthi cha uboshelwa leli cala la Nongoma.
Ona le tokela o homola ska bolela.
First we told him that he has the right to remain silent. Samtshela ukuthi unelungelo lokuthula.
Yes.
Le gore le sa tlo se bolelang ska tla sa shumishiwa khatlanong le ena re tshetsere ya tshekong.
And also that whatever he says could be used against him in a court of law. Kunokuthi ke uma ukuthi khona akushoyo kungasetshenziswa ekuquleni icala lakhe enkantolo.
Le gore aga humana moemedi ya na ikgethela go yena or wa mmusho re tla mo fa ile rana yona ile ra gwana tšhelete o patela.
We also told him that he has the right to legal representation, and if he is unable to afford legal representation, then he has a right to be given a legal representative, a lawyer that is going to be paid for by the state. so sengamtshela ukuthi unelungelo lokuthi abe nommeli kodwa ke uma ukuthi akakwazi ukukhokhela ummeli umbuso ungamnika ummeli ozomsiza ongakhokhela.
Yes.
Umme salwa mchia ramana me chapela na Elena Pretoria North.
When we placed him in our car and then we took him to Pretoria North. So sisimfaka ke emotweni yethu saya naye Pretoria North.
Did you merely explain his rights verbally?
Lilela mucha ditokelo tsa ka molomo fela.
E ke modise ka molomo re gone ona pa re Phukeng.
Yes, when we were in Phukeng, I only told him his rights verbally. Kusho ukuthi Phukeng ngamtshela ngomlomo alungelo akhe.
Yes, and more or less, what time was it when you arrested him?
Yale limuserele nakoma.
Be le 9 ya bosigo.
It was 9 in the evening. Kwabo 9 wasebusuku.
Yes.
Umme rasbelan ra fitale na Pretoria North Police Station.
And then we went with him to the Pretoria North Police Station. So summarize so figure Pretoria North Police Station.
Re fitlhelele na ka bo ma 10 sa bro re ke 2:10 or past 10 mara ne around 10.
We arrived at around 10. I'm not sure whether it was before 10 o'clock or just after 10 o'clock, but it was around that time. So
Yes.
Omega fitla ka mofa ditokelo gape ka mongwalo.
And then when we arrived, I then handed him over his rights, his written rights. Ngase umasifika lapho ke asenikwa ipheshana eliphethe amalungelo akhe.
Yes, but please, Malat, we have not yet received this notice of rights. As soon as we receive it, it will be handed as Exhibit LL1.
SAP 49.
LL1. I'm sorry, Malat.
49. SAP 49.
Yes. SAP 14A, Malat.
Yeah.
14A.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Omegile ka mmalela tsona gape.
Also proceeded to read the rights for him again. Ngase ngimfundela wona ka malungelo akhe futhi.
Ke motsa bana ka Sezulu le Sesotho le Sekgowa ke ngora kwishishe.
And then I used the 3 languages, Zulu, English, and Sesotho. The aim of which was to ensure that he understands. Ngase ngimtshela ngeSizulu nangesilungu nangeSesotho ngenzela ukuthi ke ngibe nesiqiniseko sokuthi uzwisisile ngempela.
Oh, we la kwishisha ansainela tsona di.
He then showed that he understands and he proceeded to sign the document. Awakhombisa ukuthi uyezwa futhi ke waseqhubeka ke uya sign lapha.
Yes.
Umerile ra motswallela ona mo for boshigo bowe.
We then locked him up on that night. Sasesimvalela ke kulobo busuku khona lapho.
And what is the procedure when someone is placed in the cells?
Manje jale gore go berekwa jang ge motho ba tla mo tswallela ka diseleng.
Go gona le ertsana police gona le ntwe re ke OB book ke ya.
When you go into the police station, there is a book called an OB book. Ukona ke incwadi ekhona ke lapha esikhumuleni samaphoyisa ebizwa ngokuthi OB book.
Yes.
Umme gona le
What does OB stand for, just for record purposes?
OBAMG.
occurrence book.
It is OB stands for occurrence book. Manje ku OB kumele ukuthi ke ila kubhala khona izinto ezenzekayo esithi phecelezi ngesingisi occurrence book.
Umme ba ile ba mongwala ka mogare because re di fihla o ba le polisa le lulutjing ka kwa diseleng le ngwala go re tsena le batho le re tswa le bona.
Well, his name was then entered into the occurrence book because there is this policeman whose duty is to record people who are taken in and people who are taken out. lapho ke wasi igama lakhe lifakwa ke kule occurrence book ngoba khona iphoyisa elihlala lapha emaseleni elibhalayo makukhona umuntu ofakwayo nomuntu okhishwayo.
I just want to show you exhibit MM, page 1 thereof of exhibit MM.
And
Can you just identify what is that exhibit? MM?
okay, gona gore tlhalose jore in exhibit MMA ke eng?
Ke entry ke mongwalo ba ngwetseng gore re tlisitse ntanse kwa.
In this page we can see where it was recorded that we had brought Mr. Ntanzi to that facility. Lapha ke kubhalwe la ukuthi saletha ubaba Ntanzi simletha kuleyo ndawo.
Can you place on record the details regarding the day of the week and the date?
Ke kopanele balelo re ibelija le lifinda beke le gore le la bona ibeli date efing.
Does appear on top of the document?
Ka mo e bonagala go godimo ga le kwa.
Bele ka la bobedi
It was on a Tuesday
ka ngwaga wa 2020
in 2020
June 16.
on the 16th of June. Kwaku lwesibili ngonyaka 2020 ngomhla 16 kuJune.
And what is the relevant entry as well as the time?
Njale sesingwadlwe ngumfaweki ingi linako yawana.
Una le serial number 467
There is a serial number that starts with 467.
le nako ring 2242
There's a time also which is 2242.
le entry engwetseng in transit.
Also there's an entry that says in transit.
Yes, can you?
In transit e ra gore se watcha se re tlisang a se sa police station eo.
In transit is meant to indicate that the person that is being brought there is not intended to be kept at that specific police station. Usho ukuthi ke uma kuchaza ukuthi in transit kuchaza ukuthi lo muntu ke wayengalethwa lapho ukuthi ayogcinwa khona lapho wayedlula nje.
Yes. Can you place the particulars thereof on record?
Yes, umme
Balere balle tsona gore
ngwetse gore Detective Sergeant Mohani of National Cold Case Unit.
And who's that?
ke mang you know.
Ke nna. Detective Sergeant Mohani.
Kubhalwe lapho ukuthi Detective Sergeant Mohani. It is written here Detective Sergeant Mohani.
Cold Case Unit with one suspect.
Usho ukuthi lo phuma ke cold case unit uhamba ke nomsolo oyedwa.
Lebitso la ka case number ya Nongoma 160 of 10 2018.
With the Nongoma case number
163 of 10 2018.
163 of 10 2018.
Le malungelo a la gage a ditokelo tsa ge tsa go swarwa re bitsa SAP 14A ka sekgowa.
Also the his legal rights, the SAP 14.
Just read it as it is.
As it is.
No,
Okay. SAP 14 512 66 765. Time of arrest 2100 with no injuries. Contact number of Sergeant Mohani.
Yes, you don't need to read that. Yes.
Ifellamo. And then mo fasemo wangalor detain correctly o mega sign.
Well, underneath it is also written detained correctly and then I signed. Ukuthi lapha ke kuyabhalwa ke imininingwane ukuthi ungene ngayiphi SAP 14 nawo konke lokho kwabhalwa nokuthi akalimalanga waqhubeka kufana nesikhathi sokuthi uboshwe nini kufana nokuthi inamba zalomuntu omlethile ke uSergeant Mugale kanjani kwasekuthiwa ke uvalelwe ngokomthetho.
Just for record purposes, can you just explain what is that SAP 14A?
Yini ke kiyini SAP 14A?
SAP 14A ke buka e le gore ba ngwala baswariwa go yona.
SAP 14 is a book in which all the arrested people are recorded in. SAP 14 ke incwadi ke la ekubhalwa khona bonke abantu ababoshiwe.
Yes, but SAP 14A, the number that starts with 512-66765, what is it?
Manje uyale unali SAP 14A e-learning number A lateral 512-66765. Yale ki
Ditokelo tse re mfile go tsona tse bola ke re ona le o right to remain silent ona tsewe di na le nomoro ba bitsa serial number.
Well, it is the serial number of the legal rights where they are recorded. Each time a person is given these legal rights, there is a number that is attached to that, a unique number. Also, this is a book with many pages. Manje ke lana ke lesikhuluma ngayo ke SAP 14A kusho yila phela khona ke malungelo abasolwa and futhi ke lapho ke kuyabhalwa futhi nale serial number ukuthi lo muntu uyathola maphi amalungelo usho ayekho umunye othola le number yakhe yedwa.
Is there the one that you mentioned that you explain it to him in Sesotho, isiZulu and English?
Kiyona yoro mumleje ka siZulu ka Sesotho le English.
Kiyona.
That is correct. Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, what happened after that?
What dira raging amra fa we?
Awa vele ra motsolela ba mamogela ra motlogela.
Well, we placed him inside and then he was locked up and they received him and we left him there. Yebo sake samfaka ngaphakathi bamamukela bamvalela sasimsisha la.
Yes.
Qhubeka.
Ke tloga mo le ka fonela Brigadier Gininda gore ke krele ntanzi ile ke motswaletse kwa Pretoria North Police Station.
And after that I phoned Brigadier Gininda to inform him that we had found in Tanzi and that we had locked him up in Pretoria Police Station. Lapho ke sa fonela ukhuluma noNtanzi Brigadier ngase ngimchazela ukuthi hayi uNtanzi Brigadier
Gininda.
Ngicela uBrigadier Gininda ukuthi uTazi ngimtholile and futhi ke sengimvalele ePretoria Police Station.
Brigadier lona re tla re mona go sasa tra tšatši latelago.
Then the brigadier said I'm going to see him tomorrow, implying the following day. Wasethi ukuthi Brigadier ngine hayi ngizombona kusasa usho uyachaza ukuthi uyombona ngelanga elilandelayo.
Sorry, just to go back to the entry, did you place the time on record?
Wela wa rubuchana ko ibelina kuma?
Ke boletse ke re ke 22:42.
Yes, the time was 22:42. Yebo isikhathi kwaku 22:42.
Yes.
No rile la mtlogela gwasa wa ba le tšatši latelago.
Well, we left him there until the morning of the following day. Samishiya ke lapho kuzokuyofika ilanga elilandelayo ekseni.
Ka mantši bwana a di 17.
On the evening of the 17th,
ile ka tlogana le Mabena ra boela Pretoria North.
Mabena and I went back to Pretoria North.
Just place the year on record, 17 June of which
17 June 6, 2020. No, sorry, 17 June 2020, sorry.
That was 17th of June 2020. uthi ngomhla ka-17 kuJune 2020 yena nomabhekana baphindela ePretoria North.
Yes.
go be re fitlha kwa ra gopela Ntanzi re gopela go mmona.
And on our arrival there, we requested to see Ntanzi. Masifika lapha sacela ukubona uNtanzi.
Rile ra montsha ka kwa re seleng ra misha boardroom.
We took him out of the cell and we took him to the boardroom. Sesiyamkhipha emaseleni samisa boardroom.
Gona kwa Pretoria North.
Khona lapha ePretoria North, right there in Pretoria North.
Just a minute.
Sorry.
And what is the procedure when someone is taken out of the cells, like you have done?
Jale, o bereka bjang ha motho a tlo ntshwa ka mo diseding a ishwa go go.
Ona ena motho a le in charge ka di cell. O tlo ngwala ma OB book.
The person that is in charge of the cells is going to make an entry into the OB book. O sebenza emaseleni uzobhala lapha kule ncwadi kuthiwa OB book.
And was such an entry made?
And in wile angwala. That is correct. Yebo kunjalo.
My Lord, it's page 3 of Exhibit MM. Can you read the relevant details, day of the week and the date?
Re kopa o re ngwalle mo go badilweng gore o ila nshiwa o no e bala ka moka.
Gona le serial number mo e re ino ki bone how
At the top there, the date.
or the date
But date ya gona
ke la boraro 2020 kgwedi ya botshelela ya di 17.
it is the 17th of the 6th month of 2020 it was a Wednesday. KwakungoLwesithathu ke kungomhla 17 kuJune futhi ke kungunyaka ka 2020.
Yes, and the relevant entry.
Go ngwetso nako e re 1655.
The time is 1650 is given as 1655. Isikhathi sibhalwe ngo 1655.
The serial number.
Is it a number?
Number a key bone botse.
I'm unable to see the serial number. It's not very legible because some of it has been chopped off. Angikwazi ukubona serial number ngoba ngathi khona ayibonakali kahle.
Can you just place the serial number on record?
The serial number.
494.
The serial number is 494.
Nako 1655.
The time is 1655.
One investigation out.
It is written investigation out.
Detective Sergeant Mohani
Detective Sergeant Mokhrane
of National Cold Case Investigation Unit
of the National Cold Case Investigation Unit
with one suspect, Nongoma case, 160 of 10, 2020. No, 2018. I think one of the mistake I would do 2018. That's one song only 2018. So only thinking I'm with 2020.
with one suspect of the Nongoma case of 2018.
Maramo 160 10, 2020.
But on the document, it appears that there's an error because someone wrote 2020.
Yes.
Bongani Ntanzi,
The name of Bongani Ntanzi, ukamela Bongani Ntanzi.
cell 64 ke SAP 14 ya bangwa lang ba tshwarwa go yona. Ke number 64, motshwaro wa number 64 tšatši.
Also, the cell 64 is the number of the accused on that day.
Of 6/2020.
Of 6/2020.
Then SAPS 14A is a lady topelo tšele tša gape di sepela le yena.
And also they wrote about SAP 14A, which is his rights. His rights are also following him. SAP 14A ukhuluma ngamalungelo akhe ukuthi asaqhubeka emlandeni.
Isana le yona nomoro ela gape ya 512666765.
Amalungelo ke asahamba nayo le number ka 512666765. The 512776765 number of the rights is still continuing with him.
512-66.
512-66-765.
Without injuries.
It is also written without injuries. Kubhaliwe futhi ukuthi akalimele.
Yes. There's, we'll just read the rest of the information there.
Kuba ubalele ekamuka jedi searching for.
Oh no, correct received. Ka sign agape.
It is written correctly received, and I also signed again. Should kuthiwe wamkeleke kahle ngaphinde ngasign la.
Ngamofasa gape gona le nomoro engwe 498 booked back.
498.
Yeah, serial number 498 booked back.
Also, there's a number there, 498 booked back.
Yes, but can you explain to the court what was the purpose of booking him out? What happened there in the boardroom?
It's because there were many cases which he was involved in.
Well, we're not going much because
we did not have enough time the previous night, so we wanted to have a good time to understand properly about these cases. Ushuthi ngobusiko babedlule sasingabanga isikhathi esihle kusho ukuthi lapha sasizama ukuba nesikhathi esihle sokuthi sikwazi ukuxoxa naye ngalo.
So ile ka mucha gape ka ditopelo tsa ga go swariwa.
I also again reiterated his rights when arrested. Ase ngiphinde futhi ngiyamkhumbuza ngamalungelo akhe uma eboshiwe.
And I
informed him that he has the right to remain silent. And I said, I'm jealous. I unelungelo lokuthi angakhulumi. I also informed him that whatever he says can be used against him in a court of law. I said, I'm jealous. I'm sure kungasetshenziswa equleni icala lakhe enkantolo.
Error pele ki akwa Pretoria North apele Sergeant Mapena Muhu Sergeant Mapena ki le ga botsa Brigadier Gininda ore sa ilo banantanzi rawella gape.
There's something I forgot to include, that before we went to the Pretoria North Police Station, we informed Brigadier Gininda that we would be going to see Ndanzi. As Koshubusha ukuthi lisingakayi ePitoli ngatshela uBrigadier Gininda ukuthi sisanga sePitoli kuyobona Ndanzi.
Le baka la gore mocha gore ke le ke mokamedi wa unit o swantsa tsebe ntho le gore dira.
The reason for telling him is because he is a unit commander and he must be informed of everything that is happening. Enhloso ke ukuthi semtshela ukuthi uyena umkhuzi wale liqembu leli kufanele konke okwenziwayo atshelwe.
Yes.
On arrival in the boardroom, we sat down. Safia boardroom, Safia Sashala. And then we asked him about this Nongoma case.
In which language were you communicating with him?
Most of the time I use English, Zulu and Sepedi. Ushuthi ke mina ikaningi ngisebenzisa isingisi, isiZulu neSepedi.
Ibila wa karona mo hlabo mang. Ife ba mo tswana ke bolela tswana.
Well, it also depends on who you are. If you speak Tswana, I do speak Tswana.
Yes,
Ke tlhakantša le sekgowa gape.
But I also mix English in there.
But regarding Mr. Ntanzi, which language did you communicate with him in?
Le sekgowa, seZulu, le Sesotho, le Setswana.
We used English, Zulu, and Tswana. Sasa says Isingisi, NesiZulu, NesiTswana.
Yes.
Gomme ke ile ka mmotšiša nna le Mohuma Bena gore o tsebang ka molato wa Nongoma o wa Sethunya le go bolaya.
That is me together with the late Mabena, asked him what he knows about the murder case in Nongoma.
Yes. Regarding this matter, what happened?
Le gona re ile ra mmotšiša le ona gore go na le tlhodi e re boditšeng gore wa amega gape go molatong ngwana.
We informed you that there was an informer who had informed us that he is involved in this case. Samchazela-ke nokuthi kukhona wasethulela ulwazi ukuthi uyatheketeka kulolu daba.
Yes.
Gomme ke ile ka mmotšiša rena o ba le kae ka 26 tša October 2014 ge Senzo Meyiwa a bolaiwa.
26 October
2014.
We asked him where he was on the 26th of October 2014 when the deceased was killed. Sambuza ukuthi wayelaphi-ke ngomhla 26/10 eminyakeni ka-October 2014 mhlazane umufi ebulawa.
Gomme o ba a tseba ka lona letšatši le la bolaiwa ga Senzo Meyiwa.
He did know about the date of the death of Senzo Meyiwa. Wayazi ngosuku lokwazi lokubulawa kaSenzo Meyiwa.
Ka gore no ke taba e le gore be e le mo di-way radio le di-TV ka mokgatlhalotšeng ga ona o e tseba bjalo.
He claimed that he knows about this case because it was all over the news. Wathi-ke wazi ngalokubulawa kaSenzo Meyiwa ngoba kwakusemaphephandabeni nakumabonakude nabo bonke.
Yes.
Alo ke mmotšiša nna ka go wa amega mo go mogononelwa mo molatong o bo le kae ka tšatši leo la 26 October 2014.
Well, when I told him that he is a suspect in this case, I asked him where he was on the 26th of 2014. Ngase ngambuza ukuthi lo bange sengathi uyathinteka kulolu daba wayelaphi ngomhla 26/10/14.
O ile a re ene ba le mošomong kwa Sibanye Still Water Mine kwa Western area.
He claimed to have been at the Sibanye Still Water Mine in Western area. Wathi-ke yena hayi wayesemayini emsebenzini eSibanye Water Mine ese-Western area.
Yes.
Bjale ke ile ka mmotšiša gore na a ka kgona gore iša gona mo ba šoma gona mo mining re ile kgontiša gore ka nnete o ba le mmerekong.
When we asked him if he could take us to the mines to go and verify that indeed he was on duty on that specific day at the mine. So sindlela ukuthi angasatha yena sise emayini ukuthi siyothola isiqiniseko sokuthi ngempela wayekhona emayini esebenza ngalelo langa.
Yes.
O ile a dumela gore o tla re iša sankagana.
He agreed to take us there. He did not refuse. Wavuma ukuthi uzosithatha sise khona lapha akazange aphike.
Yes.
Gomme ka letšatši le šetše le subetše bjale bona gore tsela e la kwa le yona a e sepela ke bošego gore a re no re tla tsoga go sasa ka re 18 re ya le yena.
Since it was late in the day and we felt that we could not drive on that road going there, we felt that we told him that we're going to fetch him the following day to go there with him. Ngoba-ke kwasekuhlwile futhi-ke sibona ukuthi leya ndlela engeke sikwazi ukuyihamba. Sasisithi-ke okungcono simtshela ukuthi sizomlanda ngelanga elilandelayo.
Yes.
gomme ka letšatši le latelago
Just before that, yes, sorry. Just interpret that.
Sasisemtshela ukuthi sizomlanda ngelandelayo.
Yes. And what happened to Mr. Ntanzi?
Wasekwenzana kaningi ngoba Mntanzi.
tšekile betši no o birile ramtšala mošetša beke diseleng
We then took him back to the cell. So sesimthatha simbuyisele emaseleni.
Was an entry made regarding that fact?
Go na le mo ba ngwadileng gore le mošeditše morago.
ee go gona
Yes, there is an entry. Khona ila kubhalwe khona.
Yes. It's on page 4, my lord, of Exhibit MM. Can you read the relevant entry?
Sicela usibhekeleke usifundele konke ke le ndawo la kubhalwe khona uba le mo ba ngwadileng gore mošeditše morago.
serial number 498
The serial number is 498.
ka nako ne e le 1955
The time was 1955.
investigation back
It is also written there, investigation back.
in which of Detective Sergeant Mohan of National Cold Case Unit
Ukubhalwe ukuthi Detectives Sergeant Mokhane was the National Cold Case Unit.
on Nongoma case 160 of 10 go sana le phosha e dirileng gape mo instead of 2018 which is 2020
With the actual case number, there is still a mistake here because it's still written in as 2020.
o ngwetse gore Bongani Ntanzi cell number serial number ele ya sebotšwa nomoro ele ya sebotšwa e sa lona pele 64 of 10 2020
And he wrote the name and of
nomoro ya go swariwa ya go disebentsha
the number, his arrest number, which is 64 of 10 of 2020.
gomme mo fase mo ngwetse book back without injuries correctly handed and then signile gape
At the bottom is written booked back with no injuries. And then also it is written that he was brought back properly, correctly, and then the sergeant signed as well. Kushuthi lapha kuthiwe ubuyisiwe engalimele futhi kwase kuyasho ukuthi ubuyiswe kahle wayeseke uyasayina usayitsheni.
Yes.
okay bjale le gona gape ke sale ka founela brigadier Gininda gape ka reno monna wa modimo o dumela gore iša mo a bego a šoma gona
And then of course Brigadier Gininda again and informed him that the suspect had agreed to take us where he claimed he was working. Singamtshela uSergeant Gininda ukuthi cha le ndoda ivumile ukuthi ingasithathisise la eyayisenza khona.
gomme re ile ra ile robala o sasa ga gona ka labobedi 2020 0618
We then went home and the following day, which was
ka di 18 tsa June
it was on the 18th of
2020.
June 2020.
Yes.
gomme ka fitlha kwa diseleng gape
I arrived again at the cells. Ngafika futhi emaseleni.
ne le 815 serial number 520
The time was 8:15 and the serial number was 520.
gomme o ngwetšwe gape gore investigation out
And it's also written there as well, investigation out. Kusho ukuthi kubhaliwe futhi ukuthi kuyakishwa nangumuntu ukuyokwenziwa uphenyo.
a ke bone asuna advocate una le claims a ke bone botse
Please.
I'm unable to see, it is a bit illegible for me to read.
Would this be an appropriate time to take the short adjournment?
Again for 15 minutes.
5:20.
Nako 8:15.
The time is 8:15.
Investigation out.
Investigation out.
Detective Sergeant Mokhani booked out.
Detective Sergeant Mokhale wamkhipha.
One male suspect
Khipha wesilisa
on Nongoma case 160 of 10, 2018.
wamkhipha ngecala lakwaNongoma
Bongani Ntanzi,
uBangani Ntanzi.
SAP 14,
Bakhishwa nge-SAP 14.
66 or 6, I can't recall, 61 or 66. Let's see. One, the same. 60?
64.
64. Yeah, one of them, yeah, 64 of 6, 2020.
64 of 6, 2020.
Then
Yes.
the Tokelo Chela cha Isal Cholap SAP
Just read the
S4.
rest of the sentence.
Sorry?
Just read the rest of the sentence.
Oh.
Sentence ekukamu.
Mongali Ntanzi, SAP 1466, 6, 2020, SAPS 14A, S1266765, without any injuries. Correctly received. Akisaini lagape.
Lapha yakhombisa ukuthi ubuyisiwe engalimele futhi wamukelwe kahle wasesiyasayini.
Yes, what happened after you've booked him out?
Go dira ngale mo tšerela montšha.
Kile ka mutsa gore re ya kwa o bereka ngona o re bontšha rona ke kae.
And I informed him that we are going where you work so that you can show us where it is. Ngase ngamtshela ukuthi siyala usenza khona ukuthi sikhombise ukuthi kulaphi.
Kile ka mutsa ditokelo tša gape gore ya sepela o sala le ditokelo tša go homola.
And I explained his rights again to him, and I informed him that he still has the right to remain silent. Ase ngamtshela ukuthi ayisesiyaphuma naye futhi usaqhubeka ke ebe nalo ilungelo lokuthi usengathula.
Omega mutsa gore sa tlo sebolelang se tla šomišwa kgatlano le ena ka kgoro ya tsheko.
I also informed him that whatever he says will be used against him in a court of law. Ase ngamtshela ukuthi angakuphimisela njengomlomo kungasetshenziswa enkantolo equleni kwecala.
Ile akwishisha.
He understood. Wase eyazwisisa.
Ome before ke tloga kwa sala ka founela Brigadier Gininda gape.
Well, before leaving that place, I phoned Brigadier Kininda again. Ngasukile lapho ngafonela uBrigadier Kininda futhi.
Gore re a sepela re ya le Ntanzi kwa bereka ngona mining.
And I informed him that we are going again with Ntanzi to where he works at the mine. Ase ngamtshela ukuthi sihamba noNtanzi siya la esenza khona mine.
Ome Brigadier Gininda are watla o tla le Sergeant Mamuruti Mogola.
And Brigadier Kininda then informed us that he was going to come together with Sergeant Mohola. Brigadier Kininda wasesitshela ukuthi naye uzosa ehamba no Sergeant Mohola.
Ome re salwa mtshela mtsentsha koloing ra tsamaya le ena.
We then placed him inside the car and then we went with him. Sasemfaka emotweni sihamba naye.
Ome o ba tseba tsela ya go ya kwa Western area ka re most ke ena na re bontšha go sepela bjang.
Since he was the one that knew the way to Western area, he was the one that was guiding us on how to go there. Njengoba wayazi ke indlela ya Western area kwa uyena wasikhombisa ukuthi sihamba kanjani.
Abe ka re kwa Western area le mine tše dintšhi.
Because in Western area, there are many mines. Manje lapha eWestern area kunezimine eziningi.
O ile a re fitlhiša mo a be ba šoma gona.
He took us to that specific mine where he worked, and sesiyisa ke kule mine yena esenza kuyona.
Ome ra emela
What is it called?
bayibitša Sibanye Still Water.
It is called Sibanye Still Water. Le mine ke ibizwa ngokuthi Sibanye Still Water.
Ome ka fihla ka ema ka mo ka mo ntle ga gate ke emetse Brigadier Gininda ra fihle.
On arrival, we waited outside the gate waiting for Brigadier Gininda to arrive. Sesifikile ke lapho sama esangweni silindele uBrigadier Gininda ukuthi afike.
Wila fihla a sepela le Sergeant Mogola.
Indeed, he arrived together with Sergeant Mogola. Yafika ke ehamba no Sergeant Mogola.
More or less, what time was it?
Undibili na kuma?
Kusaphola mara bile ka afternoon.
I really am unable to recall, but it was in the afternoon. I really can't recall the time. Sasikhumbula isikhathi kodwa kokuyintambama.
Brigadier Gininda lo fihla ka mutsibisha Ntanzi.
And when Brigadier Gininda arrived, I introduced him to Ntanzi. And time fika Gininda ngamithula kuNtanzi.
Lena Brigadier Gininda sala itsibisha ka wena or ke na mang.
Brigadier Gininda also introduced himself to Gininda and
to Meyiwa.
To
Ntanzi.
Brigadier Gininda naye kwasezethula etshela uNtanzi ukuthi ubani.
Brigadier Gininda pela bolela le yena o ile a mmiletsa ma ditokelo tsa gape tse be ke mmiletsa tsona pele re tloga kwa Pretoria. Before
speaking to him, Brigadier Gininda again reiterated his rights to him, the same rights that I read for him before we left Pretoria. Engakhulumi ke naye uBrigadier Gininda samfundela amalungelo akhe wona lamalungelo engangimfundele wona sisasuka ePretoria.
Wila mmoja ona amahlaloshetsa gore o ba le kae gape ka tšatši le Senzo Meyiwa bolawa.
Then he asked him, the Brigadier Gininda asked Ntanzi where he was on the day that Senzo Meyiwa was killed. Brigadier Gininda buza uNtanzi ukuthi oyelaphi la mhlazane ubulawa uSenzo Meyiwa.
Wila mmoja gape Brigadier Gininda ra wena Ntanzi o wa gononelwa go ba go mo polaong ya Senzo Meyiwa.
Then he also informed him that he is a suspect in the case, in the murder case of Senzo Meyiwa. Bese phinda uyamtshela ukuthi umsolwa kuleli cala lika Senzo Meyiwa.
Ntanzi wila gana rena tsebisile o ba le mshumo tšatši le.
Ntanzi declined and said he does not know anything because he was at work on that day. Waphika ke uNtanzi othi akasilutho yena waye semsebenzini ngalelo la.
Rile ra tsena re sepela le yena ka mogare ga mine.
We went together with him into the mine, sahangena naye emayini.
Rabaria lefapheng la human resource.
We went to the human resource branch, sasesiya la ku khona hlala khona be human resource.
Sale ba lebele di shisha mo mangwalong a bona gore Ntanzi ba le gona tšatši leo.
They checked in their records if Ntanzi was on duty on that specific day. Base beyahlola encwadini zabo ukuthi uNtanzi ngempela wayekhona emsebenzini ngalelo langa. It was discovered that he was not on duty on that day. Base kutholakala ukuthi wayengekho emsebenzini ngalelo langa.
Human resource manager our first statement
then the human resource manager gave us the statement with regards to that. Ophethe human resources wayeseke usinika statement mayelana nalokho.
Just to remember his name.
The
HR manager.
Yes, HR manager.
No, I'm unable to recall his name. I think Brigadier Gininda might be able to record his name. And some kumbuli kamalake kodwa ngicanga ukuthi uBrigadier Gininda ngenza ukuthi sakumbuli kamalake.
Yes.
Re tloga mo ba fetsa first statement. Brigadier Gininda ka re ke na tshwereng case ya polao ya Senzo Meyiwa ya Procedural 636 of 10/2014.
And after that, since Brigadier Gineza is the one who's in charge of this investigation of the death of Senzo Meyiwa in the case 636 of 2014, 10/2014, njengoba ke Brigadier Gineza kwakuyena umphenyi omkhulu kuleli cala lokubulawa kaSenzo Meyiwa icala kuthiwa 636 of 10 of 2014.
Omme kar kena na sore tokete mahamanchi Brigadier Ginenda aboncha ntanzi unale sithombe se lorne ba se drawile se swanang le yena.
Since Brigadier Gineza was the chief investigator in this, and also the one who had the docket, he then showed Ntanzi a picture which was said to be a likeness of him.
We just want to
Njengoba Brigadier Gineza yena kwayephethe umphenyi omkhulu kuleli cala wase and futhi kwakuyena wayephethe docket wasekhipha ke isithombe lapho esasi umfanekiso wakhe uNtanzi.
We just want to show you Exhibit BB. Do you recognize that exhibit on the screen?
Guess what?
Yes, I can see it.
Yes.
Yebo ngiyasibona.
Yes. Which one?
Call song la go left langele.
He's the one on the left.
Mapere woody.
The one who's wearing a hoodie. Yilo usesandleni somnqele ogqoke ihoodie.
But in relation to what we've just told the court now, are you able to relate that to your evidence?
Uka kopanya siswanso se le bopaki ba gago.
You say an identikit was shown to Ntanzi, which one?
O rile identikit ile ya bontshwa Ntanzi o ra efe?
Ke yona e leng mo swantsho.
It is the same one that is on the picture. It's on the
Yes, which one?
On the left, apere moody, una le tedunyana.
It's the one that is on the face. It is the face that is on the left. The one that is wearing a hoodie. You know, buso ke bonala lapha ku left buqoke isigqoko.
Gomme Ntanzi la gana mara ka o ba wona polaong ya Senzo Meyiwa.
Ntanzi denied being present at the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. Ntanzi waphi ukuthi wayekhona ekubulaweni kaSenzo Meyiwa.
Omme o ile gape a dumela gore wa tseba ka polaong ya Senzo Meyiwa botsa.
You may not disclose what was said to Brigadier Ginenda. That's not admissible. Is that correct? Brigadier Ginenda interviewed Mr. Ntanzi. Yes. What happened further?
No, we la muchacha muchachona, and then go tloga mo ka mo Brigadier Ginenda no umudijoro wa tseba yena go dira ga tšenga tšatšile.
Please don't disclose what he told Brigadier Ginenda.
Ra koparuska wa se ba se bujeng Brigadier Ginenda.
What happened further? After the interview that Brigadier Ginenda had with Ntanzi?
Sorry?
Kamera Ntanzi abulele le Brigadier Ginenda.
What happened?
Go dira ga
Brigadier Ginenda wela mo tšaga pa mo ona ka dira tšaga gape.
Brigadier Ginenda informed him of his rights again. Brigadier Ginenda waphinda wamtshela ngamalungelo akhe.
Ore sa se bolelang gape se tlo shumishiwa kgatlhanong le yena le lona a ka no go mo leranya go bolela.
Informed him that whatever he says can be used against him and that he can continue to remain silent.
Yes.
Konga kushoyo kungasetshenziswa ecaleni lakhe maliqulwa futhi ke nokuthi angakwazi ukuqhubeka athule angasho lutho.
Yes, what happened further?
Procedural ngutshela phile.
Go tloga mo ka re bjale ba tšhabeditše le Brigadier Ginenda. Brigadier Ginenda o ile a sepela a re o tla dira gore a nyake motho le gore Ntanzi a ka bolela le yena a ne ka mokgwa wa confession o e leng gore a tsebisele ka molato wa reng.
ke kopa o e be di-passage e ngata nyana gore o kgone ho e beya.
Now, Brigadier Gininda, a fetša bolela le ntantsi ja mmodi tšeo tsona.
After Brigadier Gininda had finished telling him what he had informed him, emva kokuthi uBrigadier Gininda eseqedile ngolo kuntanzi amtshela kona,
Omme, Brigadier Gininda o ile a mmotša ebile a botša Renora ba ke tla nyaka mohlolo o tla mmotša re taba ka mokgwa e le gore a se be molato gore bo diragatšea ge rena re ya bophenya.
and then he said, Brigadier Gininda informed him that he was going to look for somebody that Ntanzi was going to be able to tell him, that person, about the fact that he, Ntanzi, does not know anything about the case that was being.
That's no whatsoever.
Yes, please. Brigadier Gininda said he'll arrange someone to take down a confession. What happened further?
No, o ile a sepela Brigadier Gininda then nna le Mabena ra tšwela pele ka mošomo wa rena.
Brigadier Gininda then left, and then me and Mapena continued with our duty.
Ga re bona case tše dintšhe le gore be di meama re ile ra sepela ntše re phenya.
And since there were many cases that he was involved in, we continued to make our investigations. And njengoba kwakunamacala amaningi ayithinteka kuwona, sasiyaqhubeka nophenyo lwethu.
Omme o tloga fa o re ile ra mmošetša back mo re motšheleng kwa police
From there,
station.
we took him back where we had took him at the police station. Suka lapho sasimphindisela la sasimthathe khona police station.
Which police station?
Police station is,
Pretoria North.
that is the Pretoria North Police Station.
Yes.
Jolapile.
Gomme sa le ra mo fitlha ra mmošetša back ra mo buka back.
On arrival, we then booked him back in. Masifika lapho simfaka futhi ngaphakathi.
Sa le ba mo ngwala gape ka mokgwa ba mona ba ona o dibukeng.
And again, he was registered into the books.
Which books are you referring to?
Ulibuka je ubulela ngajona ke tše dife?
E sa le occurrence book gape.
It's still the occurrence book.
Yes. Can you place the relevant entry in the date?
O ka re bontšha mo o ngwadilweng gona gore o ngwadilwe kae?
Wa godimo mo itse Friday 2026-19.
On top of the book, it is written Friday
2020.
It is Friday 2020
Kgwedi ya bo 06
in June
ka letšatši 19.
on the 19th.
My look is page 7 of exhibit MM. Yes.
Gomme yona e ngwetšwe ka tsela e serial number 531 nako 2:30 in the morning.
The time is 2:30 in the morning.
Investigation back.
Investigation back. Should you say buyabuyiswa?
Detective Sergeant Mohan of National Cold Case Unit booked back one suspect.
Sergeant Mahale wako National Cold Case Investigation. Babuyisa msolwa oyedwa.
Of murder on Nongoma case.
Solwa ngokubulala ecaleni lakwaNongoma.
Case number 163 of 6/2018. Mobile ngwetše botse ba le ba correctile mo.
The case number 163/06
/06 of 2018.
/2018. That is the case number 163/06 of 2018. In here, it is written correctly.
Gomme e tšwela pele gape e re Bongani Ntanzi SAP 14.
It also continues to mention the name of Bongani Ntanzi.
SAP 1464/06/2020.
SAP 64/06/2020.
Tšwela pele gape SAPS 14A.
And it continues to say SAP 14A.
Serial number 5266765.
It also provides the same serial number 512666765.
Booked back without any complaints or injuries.
Buyiselwe ngaphakathi kungena zikhalo futhi kungena kulimala.
Correctly handed. Ke signela gape.
It was correctly handed in, and then the sergeant signed again. Futhi iyakhombisa la ukuthi bamfaka kahle, and usayitsheni waphinde wasayini.
gomme ona le another entry gape ya 532
There's also another entry of 532.
ya nako ya 235
The time is 2:35.
suspect charged. Detective Sergeant Mohani.
Sorry, just put the correct time there on
Oh,
record.
235. It's not 235.
0235.
02 or 0235. Sorry.
Yes.
Suspect charged, Detective Sergeant Mohani of National Cold Case Unit, charged one male suspect of murder on Ngoma, case 163 of 6/2018, of which now he wrote the wrong case number again. Supposed to be 163 of 10/2018, the month there. And then-
Kuthiwa lapho ke uSergeant Makhale wathwesa wesilisa icala ngecala leka 163 of 6 futhi waphinde wayebhala wenza iphutha ekubhaleni le case leyasi kwanongo.
Ibile le mo entry ya 531 asanga bona botse le ngwana case we ngwetse wrong. It's 163 of 10/2018, not 163 of 6/2018.
Ebesontshelini
Of entry mo serial number 531, where it says booked back one male suspect of murder on Nongoma case 163, though it was supposed to be 163 of 10/2018, not 163 of 6/2018.
There's also a mistake in the serial number 531 where it was supposed to be 163 of 10 of 2018. It was written as 163 of 6 2018, which was a mistake. Lakhona iphutha ke lenzeka futhi ngokuthi kufanele ubhale ukuthi 163 of 10 of 2018 kubhalwe ku 163 of 6 2018.
Satswala phela gape ka entry ya 532.
Saqhubeka nge-entry 532.
01 Bongani Ntanzi cell 64 of stroke 6/2020.
Sekubandana intanzi futhi oku-cell 64 of 6 2020.
SAP 14A
SAP 14A
51266765.
512666765.
Charged correctly
Hayi uwethweswe kahle icala.
without any complaints or visible injuries. Correctly
Akas-
charged, I signed.
Akukho zikhalazo futhi ke uthweswe kahle icala. Kwase yasayinda ke uSayitsheni.
And then Robali entering gape ka lona la tšatši la Friday 20.
There's also another entry on that very same Friday.
Yeah, 2020-6/19. Serial number 534.
Serial number yalapho 534.
Nako 0450.
Manje lapho isikhathi sithi 0450.
Yona bela ka tsela e prisoner transferred. Detective Sergeant Mohani of National Cold Case Unit with one male.
Manje umsola ke nangu useyadluliswa ehamba noSergeant Mkhale ophuma National Cold Case.
With one male suspect of murder.
Wayehamba nomsolwa wesilisa othweswe icala lokubulala.
Nongoma 160 of 6/2018 ki case number.
Manje ke icala la kaNongoma 163 of 10 2018.
Then kamo fase ya 1 Bongani Ntanzi cell 64 06/2020 stroke 06/2020.
Manje kuyashiwa ke lapho ukuthi Bongani Ntanzi 64 of 6 2020.
SAP 14A 512666765.
Yaphinda futhi kuyafakwa ne-serial number ethi SAP 14A 512666765.
Transferred to Phosphorus Court without any injuries or complaint.
Wedluliselwe eFosloras Court engalimele futhi enganasikhalo
Up in which or correctly transferred ki sign gape.
futhi ubhale nokuthi udluliswe kahle waphinde wasayina usayitsheni.
Yes, what happened then?
Kwasenzekani?
Ome rile ramjia gape ra tsamayelena ka nako eo re ya court.
We then took him at that time and went with him to court. Sasabthatha samba naye senkantolo.
Is it the first Lawrence Court?
First Lawrence Court, yes.
Yes, that is in the first Lawrence court indeed. Yebo kwakuyona leyo court yase first Lawrence.
Yes.
Really dealing kabo past 5, between 5 and 5:30. Ka phone la ki Brigadier Gininda.
And when we were on our way between 5 and 5:30, we got a call from Brigadier Gininda. Sisaya sendleleni go 5 to 5:30. Sathola ucingo lwaluvela ku Brigadier Gininda.
He
informed us that he had found someone that was going to be able to take the confession of Ntanzi. Wayesesho ukuthi uthole umuntu ongalalela uNtanzi uma evuma isono.
Pileria court for Moroka police station.
Before we went to Forest Lawrence, we went via the Moroka police station. Forest Lawrence sadlula ngase Moroka police station.
Orile retafitare Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu.
He said we are going to find the Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu.
Confession Ntanzi.
Who was going to receive Ntanzi's confession? Twelve police officers told Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu why you lalelage Ntanzi evuma isono.
No, and then Colonel Brigadier Gininda aba adira arrangements ili Colonel Rapadu receiving reata.
And then that Brigadier Gininda then made arrangements with Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu, informing him that we were on our way. Lapho Colonel Gininda wasatshela Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu ukuthi sendeleni siyeza.
Kawa elogore ke phonela batho batla escortang go ya court lo ya Moroka.
I then arranged for escort from Moroka police station to the court. I say ngicela abazosipheleza luswe Moroka police station siya e-court.
Yes, who did you phone?
Ke phone Ekurhuleni Metro Police.
I phoned the Ekurhuleni Metro Police. Safonela abesiphoyisa sase Ekurhuleni Metro.
Officer Jabulani Buthelezi.
Ngakhuluma ke no phoyisa lapho ku Jabulani Buthelezi. I spoke to Officer Jabulani Buthelezi.
Karikena bali in charge ka di escort sa Metro Police ya Ekurhuleni. Because
he was one in charge of the Ekurhuleni Metro police escort. Uyena ke owaye phethe aba benza ama escort nomphelezelo lapha Ekurhuleni.
Rele rakwana ka re besal fro ga sgono tlore la taga mo South Pretoria o tla re emela Alberton mo tsileng.
We then had an agreement that since it was still early, he wasn't going to come and fetch us from Pretoria, but he was going to wait for us in Alberton. I said to him, ngoba kusesekuseni angeke wazi uzosilanda ePitoli uzosmela eAlberton.
Ome o tla romela group ya gage e nang le gore e re emela kwa Moroka.
He then said he was going to send another group which was going to wait for us at Moroka police station. I said uzothumela inqembu lizosihlana nathi eMoroka.
Group enele Moroka ke ne Officer Jonathan.
Now those that were in Moroka were Officer Jonathan together with his colleagues. And lapha ke eMoroka kuyoba Officer Jonathan nabanye ke asebenzisana nabo.
Awakanditi ra kopana le bona mo tsileng a sangara no yema ga re ba re bone then ba re latela.
And we then joined them on the way because we did not stop. They actually saw us and then they followed us. Hayi base beqhumana nathi endleleni asizange sime ngoba bavele basibona base beyasilanda.
Ufihlela ke
Who are you
letsela
referring to?
Officer Jabulani Buthelezi and his group.
I'm referring to Officer Jabulani Buthelezi and his group. Ngikhuluma ngo-Officer Jabulani Buthelezi nethimba lakhe.
Umme ga letsela ka gare ga Soweto ga re go bona le koloi tse dintsi ke bana ba le mo pele ba re bulela tsela.
See, when we entered Soweto, since there were many, there was a lot of traffic, they went ahead of us, clearing the traffic for us. Soweto ngokunemoto eningi, boyibona wehamba ngaphambili ke bese uvulela indlela.
Ufihla la re fihla Morocco police station.
Until we reached the Morocco police station. Siyofika ke eMorocco police station.
Ome ke ile ka founela gape Brigadier Gininda gore a botse Lieutenant Colonel Rapado re fihlile.
Then called Lieutenant Colonel Gininda again to ask him to inform Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu that we had arrived.
Yes.
Lieutenant Kaba Rapadu wile a bolela gore na o dutse kae ka mare ga police station.
Then Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu informed us where exactly he was sitting within the police station. Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu wasitshela ukuthi uhleli yiphi la ngaphakathi kwesikhululo samaphoyisa.
Ka ba ka gopela Officer Jonathan wa Metro Police e Koroleni.
I then asked Constable Jonathan of the Metro Police of Egurileni that he must be the one that takes Ndanzi to Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu.
Jonathan ki motho ra tsebiselo ka molato ro phenyao khatlanong le Ndanzi a isheke yena.
The reason for requesting that it be Constable Jonathan that takes him to Rapad was because Constable Jonathan did not have any knowledge about the case that we were investigating.
Officer Jonathan Salachia Tanza Mishaka Colonel Rapadu.
Constable Jonathan took Ndanzi to the office of Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu. Constable Jonathan wathatha Ndanzi wamisa ehhovisi lika Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu.
Wile atsenelela ke sona ne ba dutse kae atsenelela gomme a boa gape a tlo emalrela mo koloing.
He went in, I don't know where they were sitting, but then after that he came back and sat with us in the car. Wangena ngalinga phakathi emva kwaloko wasebuya ezohlala nathi ezimotweni.
Yes.
Ama gamantshi ge le gore go na le confession e tlotsiwang or go na le pointing out. Motho a tlo re tseelang yona officer a tlo re tseelang ke ena a arrangeang gore o nyaka motho a re mo tliše bjang.
When there is a confession that has to be taken or where there has to be appointed out, the person that is going to participate in that or the person that is going to be responsible for that is the one that gives us instruction on how they prefer it to be done.
Yes.
Manje uma sekuyothathwa ke mhlambe ke ukuvuma icala noma ukuyokhomba lo muntu oyowenza lo msebenzi uyena ositshela ukuthi uthanda ukuthi kwenziwe kanjani.
Yes, what happened further?
Okay, Officer Jonathan wila ema le rena.
Officer Jonathan stood with us. Officer Jonathan wa manati.
And then ga fetsa a ke tsona o tsebele na gore o feditse ntate because Ndanzi le bona se tsa molata itla le yena tsa gore re kana Rapadu mo fele phone number wa founelana.
I do not know how he got to know that they were finished. Because what we just saw is we just saw him coming back with him. I then surmised that it is possible that Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu had exchanged phone numbers with him. manje angazi ukuthi wazi kanjani ukuthi sebeqedile kodwa ke ngambona esebuya naye engathatha ngokuthi ke kusho ukuthi ke u Lieutenant Ken Rappard babenikane amafoni naye.
Ome lo ntanso go mo ka muchara o sale right na ulukile a one bothata na a dumela re.
Then when Danzi came back, I asked him if he was still fine, if he doesn't have any problem, and he confirmed that there was none. Ngithe buya la funda zambuza ukuthi unenkinga na wathi cha ngisalungile anginalutho.
Ke tsena re koloing re sepelare ya court ya Fosloras.
We then got into the cars and went to the Fosloras court. Sasingena emotweni sabangisa ema court ase Fosloras.
Yes.
Ya le re tsileng byalo re Fosloras. Gabaki folla Brigadier Gingera wa feditse o mera Fosloras.
On our way to Fosloras, I then called the brigadier and told him that we had finished and that we were on our way to Fosloras. Sisendleleni ngafona ubrigadier ngamtshela usesiqedile. Sesilibangise eFosloras.
Ome elsepela mo tsileng ra ba re bolela le Brigadier Gindawara para munno o na le melato e mentši ene bjalo e ya nongoma ga re ke ya gole bokaone re re bolele le prosecutor ya kwa Fosloras.
Well, we then discussed with Brigadier Kininza and said that since this suspect has many cases and that the Nongoma case is a case from very far away, lapho sakhuluma no Brigadier Kininza samtshela ukuthi njengoba umsolwa enamacala amaningi futhi ke leli lase kweleli Nongoma kuyicala la kude sizokhuluma nomshushisi wase Fosloras.
Ore na ka rona le molato mo gape wa di drugs gape o le ro khatlanong le yena ya Fosloras.
And we then said that since you do the accused also has other cases that involved drugs, so sikhuluma ukuthi umsolwa njengoba wayenelinye ke icala eliphethelene nezidakamizwa.
Yes, from what are the details of that case? From which area?
Case yari case if unale
ya ke Fosloras case 274 of 6/2020.
It is the Fosloras case 274 of 2020.
Yeah, 274 of 6/2020.
Of June 2020.
271.
271.
Sorry, 271 of 6, sorry.
It's 271, sorry, 271 of 6/2020 of Fosloras. Should you tell us Fosloras 274 of 6/2020?
Yes. Ome ra fika kwa mthutsisela mtlhaloshetsa re no ka re bjale ba no ma go gole swantse re feleletse le ona le tswantse re feletsa ka ile ya Nongoma re tla no tlogana o tla re tla mtlisa ka ya Fosloras ya 271 of 6/2020 re tla mo place ka yona.
And we agreed with the prosecutor that we discussed with the prosecutor that since the Nongoma case was very far, we're just going to place this Fosloras case and that's the one that we're going to deal with. Suthi samtela ukuthi ngoba leli cala waNongoma icala kude sizovele sibeke leli lase Fosloras kube ilona cala esilethulayo lapha kuyena.
Did you have the Nongoma case docket with you?
Icala case khetsela ya Nongoma le be sore docket ya ona.
Ya ne re swe.
Yes, we had it. Yebo sasiphe docket yakho.
Yes.
Ya gomme muthutselo na ka bjale ya Nongoma se jurisdiction ya gage a ka se ngwale ka mogare o tla ngwala ka ya Fosloras.
Then the prosecutor said
As a court pleases.
What's that? I was objecting to the hearsay.
As a court pleases. case received attention at the First Lawrence Court?
Bjale ke molato o feng o ileng ba kgona go lebelela kwa Phosphorus.
Phosphorus case 271 of 6 2020.
That is the Phosphorus case 271 of 6 2020. Ushuthi abalibheka ke Phosphorus icala la se Phosphorus 271 of 6 2020.
Yes.
Jola pele.
Yes, what happened regarding that case?
Go la ga diralang khetsing eo.
Motšhotšišo o lele no o na le lo tshwanetse ba di dire gape a ska e tšea a ska e enrolla.
Like to rise with an objection.
As a court pleases, is there documentation regarding how this case was handled?
Meaning
When,
ga gona le mo re ngwetseng ka mogare ga OB 14A.
There is somewhere where it is recorded in the OB.
yes. The state refers you to exhibit UU1 and UU2. Can you give your evidence using those exhibits? The OB entries from First Lawrence Court cells.
Yes, this is one. I'm still looking for the UU2.
I am still looking for that exhibit.
Because can I look at book? I don't have the 14.
I have an occurrence book. I'm not sure whether it is the book we're looking for.
This indicates Banda will assist you. You can just use this to save time. To start with UU2, what is the entry there on exhibit UU2?
Around the exhibit UU2, gore go ngwe le mongwe.
In which Friday 2020.
It is written Friday 2020.
Yes.
Yes, in which Friday 2026-19. O me ala tela ki serial number.
On top is written 26.
Friday
19.
26-19.
Yes.
Ala tela ki serial number 200.
That is followed by the serial number 200.
Na boki 1232.
And the time is 12:42.
1232.
12:32.
Prisoner received.
Wamukelwe Sola.
Received one prisoner as per SAP 14.
Bamukeleke nge SAP.
That's supposed to be the case, not the SAP 14.
Fanele kube case not in SAP 14.
No, so sorry, it's SAP 14. 271 of 6 2020.
14.
No, case A ya fosola sasi 271 ke mo tla tshega mo doketing e ke tshego mo ke se ke serial number ya SAP 14A, not case number.
Yes.
There is the wrong case number here because what is written here is SAP 14, not a case number.
Yes. We'll carry on with the entry.
Can the witness read the entry as is and not correct it?
Read the prosecutor to do that.
Yes.
Okay, received one prisoner as per SAP 14 271 of 6 2020 from Pretoria North.
wathi ke lewa kwamkelwa kwamsulwa uvela ePretoria North.
And then SAP 14 in serial number 271 Tanzi Bongani.
Lapha kubhalwe serial number 271 ekuthiwa uMntanzi Bongani.
Mingwaka yego imo ngweche gender male.
Lapha kubhalwe ukuthi wesilisa.
Day 26 of 6 26/19.
Manje ke khombisa la usuku bekwe ngomhla 26 kuJune 2019.
12:32.
Sikhathi u12:32.
You read it from exhibit UU1, is it?
UU1,
the,
yes.
The register.
Yes. And then the case number 534 of 6 2020
What's case number 534 of 6 2020?
from Pretoria North.
Evela Pretoria North.
No, careful, but this person is from Pretoria North.
It's a case yasefosora kodwa ekhulunywa ngumuntu ovela ePretoria North.
Yes.
Then as time go, date of release is 26/19.
Manje ke date ukuthi ukhishwe nini kuthiwa mhla 26 unyaka wa 19
13:30.
How much?
13:30.
At ngo 1:30.
Reason for release not enrolled.
Kuthiwa ke into ke yenza ukuthi ke akhululwe ukuthi ke ayizange ifakwe enkantolo.
And the next place is to be taken to Primrose, SAPS.
Manje ke kuthiwa ufanele athathwe ayise Primrose SAPS.
Do you know as why the case was not enrolled?
Uzore ka bakala eng ba sa itsentša case.
Uchuchi surle usana lo tse tshwanetse re dire go tlhoka go shota di not kilebetse maro le tsa gore ona le
What was was there an entry in the
Yeah, it was made.
in the diary?
email ona mo docket
So what was the entry?
aksa go pola na o le go shota
So, is going to be called.
As a court, please. It's just the entry in the diary.
ya e gona there no aksa go pola ngwe maro ngwe gore go sena lo e sa felela lo tse tshwanetse re di dire.
Well, there is a diary, but there are some things that you said were outstanding. Uthi yabo ikhona diary kodwa khona ke amaphepha abe engakabi bikho ngaleso sikhathi.
Can you just please make that docket available?
Sorry?
Can you make that docket available?
Yes, I'll ask to be
Yes, I will make sure that the docket is available. Ngizokwenza ukuthi le docket itholakala.
Yes. What happened then after the proceedings there at Procedural Court?
Kuba ngiyekusuka lapho uthola phile ka ujwa kwa Procedural Court.
re le ra bona ka re sala mosagare also sware le suisui.
We realized that it was still during the day, it was not yet dark. Sabona ukuthi kwangakahle kwekusesemini kwekusakhanya.
Ka gore ba le be re sa tswela pele ka molato ona o re leng gona.
Since we're still continuing with the same case on which we were,
Brigadier Gininda.
I called Brigadier Gininda. I phoned Brigadier Gininda.
I don't know, Gonorrhea, why do you want to go to one of our cooking, road, checker, wood, and I pay the outside and
He then suggested that we should go back to Phuket where he was staying to go and try and find the hoodie that he was wearing. It's the same one that seems to appear in the photo. Yeah, well, I was actually son they say le Phuket so hlola la ehlala khona ukuthi singayithola in le hoodie le ayigqokile enjengale evela lapha esithombeni.
Omerile ra sepelara ya Phuket.
We then proceeded to go to Phuket.
This now you and who?
La Constable Mapena, late Mapena, Sergeant Mamrut Mohola, Brigadier Gininda.
It was Brigadier Gininda, me, the late Sergeant Mapena, and Sergeant Mohola.
Were you all traveling in one vehicle?
We were traveling in two cars.
Yes, how were you traveling?
Ebe le sepela bjang?
Na le mabena le ntanse be re nametse koloi teng.
Me Mapena and Tansi were together in one car.
And then Sergeant Mokola le Brigadier Gininda ba sepela ka koloi ya bona.
Sergeant Mukhola and Brigadier Kininda, they were together in their own car. Shooting me again, no, Mapena and Tansi, Sassamo 28, or Brigadier Kininda, no Mukhola, Babe Hambange Abi Mod.
Which vehicle were you using?
Na yo shumisha Toyota Fortuner.
I was using a Toyota Fortuna. Now it's a Toyota Fortuna.
A sa pala botse gore Sergeant Mokola le Brigadier Gininda ba shumisha Golf 7.
I'm unable to recall whether or not it was that Sergeant Mokola and Brigadier Kininza were using a Golf 7.
Yes.
Should I be there?
No homerile ra sepela ntse re sepela le ntanse a sena bothata e thabetse.
Well, we then proceeded to go with Ntanzi. There were no problems. He appeared affable and happy.
Homera ba re fitla kwa Phokeng police station gape.
We then arrived at the police station again in Phokeng. So let's figure out if the police station is Phokeng.
Ra ba re gopela mapodisa ra re felesetse gape kwa ntlong ya ntanse.
We then asked the police there again to accompany us to the residence of Ntanzi. So system police would have pinned us pelezele la okushala khona uNtanzi.
Mesal ra fera ba re felesetse mapodisa a Phokeng.
They indeed gave us escort to go to that place in Phokeng. So the pelezele amaphoyisa impela kuleyo ndawo isePhokeng.
Ra fitla ka re boshetse le swiswi.
And when we arrived, it was already dark. Must feel like it was free.
Tanse ba na le skia sa like a gage mo potleng ya gage.
Ntanzi had his key in his pocket. Ntanzi wa no key wakhe usekukhwini.
Ga ne ke men ka file ka gopelo ra mpe skia ke bule ntlo ya gage.
And since he was handcuffed, I asked him to give me the key to his house. Ngoba ke wayefakwe uzangosa ngicela ukuthi anginike wendlu yakhe.
Ra bula ra tsena.
We then opened and went inside sasiyavula sengena.
Bo sona mo le garabela ga be le sego tjekileng.
His girlfriend was not there on that day. Intombi yakhe ingekho ngalelo langa.
Ra tsena le yena le Sergeant Mokola.
We then went in together with him with Sergeant Mokola,
Sergeant Mapena,
Sergeant Mapena,
mapodisa Phokeng.
Namaphoyisa and then the Phokeng police. Sasingena futhi sihamba namaphoyisa sePhokeng no Sergeant Mokola noMapena.
Brigadier Gininda achithi koloi nga phone.
Brigadier Kininza stayed in the car and made calls. So Brigadier Kininza yena wahlala emotweni washaya ucingo.
A homera tsena ka montlo ya motswala monna gopela o lebela di hoodie tsela hoodie le iswanang le kwa swantshong sa.
When we went into his house, we asked him for permission to search for that hoodie that is like the hoodie that is in the picture. Sathi kuma sasingenile ngamcela ukuthi ngicela ukufuna le hoodie lena efana ne hoodie eyilapha isithombeni.
No wila dumela.
And he gave us permission. What's self-vumela?
We
conducted the search in his presence.
John be do wana di hoodie There
were some hoodies of several colors, but we did not find the one that has the color that is in the picture.
Chris Malot, will this be an appropriate time to take the long adjournment?
apologies, my lord. It was delayed.
Okay.
Please, my lord. Sergeant Mukhani can continue. When we adjourned, you mentioned that you sought Mr. Ntanzi's permission to search for a hoodie, and you found hoodies of different colors, but not the one that you were looking for. What happened further?
Lilela lebella ka magare ga ntwa mo latufatšwa le linyaka hudi la hwetša dihudi tša mehutahuta tša mebala e sengwe yona ya mebala e mengwe e seng mobala o lebele nagana lo hwetša. That is correct.
Yes, may proceed.
O me rentse ke swara ona mo diaporong tša gage. Aba ke kwa kona le plastic nyane na le chipinyana.
Well, then as I was looking inside amongst his clothes, I found a plastic that had some metals. Ngithema ngibheka lapha plastic, ngathola plastic eneyinsimbi ngaphakathi.
Plastic yenso.
It was a black plastic. Kwakuyi plastic emnyama.
So where in the room were you looking?
Amara wardrobe.
I was looking within the wardrobe. Ngambuka lapha e-wardrobe.
Yes.
It was amongst the clothes right at the bottom. Ngaphakathi kwempahla le phansi. When I took out the plastic and opened it, ngithoma sengivula ngikhipha le plastic ngiyivula. Inside I found some bullets. Ngaphakathi ngathola izinhlamvu.
How many?
If I'm not making a mistake, they were 13.
And the caliber?
And the caliber actually, I believe.
Rifle.
They were rifle rounds. But we in time for this by school.
Yes.
And then I told him, sir, I was looking for a hoodie. I'm now finding this. And I said, I want to take it. But I put a hoodie. He just kept quiet and looked at me. Wow, the Lord told her one peg. And then I said, now, since I was looking for a hoodie and now I'm finding this, I'm going to arrest you for it. But do you have a license for these?
Yes.
I said, do you have a very large rifle?
Yes, may proceed.
Since you are coming from the rural areas, you may be having a very large gun for shooting animals.
Yes,
he failed to answer, to explain. And then I arrested him and I read him his rights. I said, I said, footing him jail and Madungelo Art.
Police station.
From there, we closed his room and went to the Pugeng police station. Lapo Sabali Kumbilake, services here Pugeng police station. I then opened a case for having ammunition without a license. I think umbopisela ke icala lokuba nenhlamvu zesibhamu engenayo imvume.
Case never Pugeng case.
That case became the Pugeng case.
118/06 2020.
Manje ke icase yakhona kwabeyana le ka 118 or 6 or 20.
o me rile ra go malena gape ra le ena Gauteng Primrose police station.
And then we went back with him and went to the Johannesburg Gauteng Primrose police station. So siyabuya naye sihamba saya Primrose police station.
Just a minute before you proceed. You mentioned that you charged him for possession of ammunition. Was he processed at the cells at Pukeng?
Ele o lelela mosarela go ba le dikuru je o lelela mo processor ka mo diseleng.
Ya no rile ra mo ngwadisha ka magara ga di ga OP ya zanga tsena le seleng tsa Pukeng.
No, we just registered him in the OP, but he didn't go into the cells of Pukeng.
Just want to show you a document, exhibit PP1.
Exhibit PP1.
Do you recognize that entry?
Yes, I can see.
Okay. Put the particulars on record.
Saturday 2020-06-20.
It's written Saturdays.
The 20th of June.
The 20th of June 2020.
Yes.
Entry L713.
There's an entry there that says 713.
Then go 00/40.
The time is 0040.
In which a suspect detained.
It is written there, suspect detained.
Detective Sergeant Mohane of National Cold Case Investigation detained cell number 294 of 620 Bongani Sandis on Tanzi.
It shows how Detective Mohale of the National Cold Case Unit detained Mr. Ntanzi.
Bongani Ntanzi on Pukeng case 118/6/2020.
On the Pukeng case 118/6 of 2020.
Was it
like Sergeant Umukalo National Cold Case Unit Bopa Umsolwa Bongani Ogantansi Kala edit 118/6 of 2020.
possession of live ammunition,
But Lapoga Wembophela Ubani Tamfu zesibhamu.
notice of rights as per SAPS 14 number,
Athi ke hayi ke namalungelo wafudelwa khona njengele number ebhalisiwe SAPS 14.
number 5094
The number yakhona ko 5094
7284.
7284.
Read and explained to the accused
Bathi wafundela amalungelo ekufundela umso.
and understood and detained with no injuries.
Thikai kwawazisiseke lamalungelo wayeseke eyavalelwa engelimele.
Correctly detained by me, signed Sergeant PV Mohane.
Kuyaqhubeka kuyasho ukuthi wavalelwa yimina Sergeant Mohale and kwase kuyasayindwa.
I just want to show you an exhibit, exhibit LL.
Athi ngifuna ukukhombisa lana i-exhibit LL.
Can you identify it for the court?
Kupa ore tsibisha yona ore ke yini nthobiso le.
Notice of rights in terms of the Constitution.
Bathi ke isaziso samalungelo ngaphansi komthetho sisekelo.
Yes. Which document is that exhibit LL?
Document eyiswele ngini.
Ke ditokelo tsa go swariwa.
It is his rights of arrest.
Yes.
The
The particulars of the person? Yes.
okay, Mofa certificate by detainee Bongani Sandis Ntanzi.
Right, that says it mentions the name of Ntanzi.
I Bongani Ntanzi, name of it hereby certified that I've been informed in English.
Ithi ke mina ke uNtanzi ngiyachaza la ukuthi ngizisile ngitshelwa amalungelo ngesingisi.
State language of my rights in terms of constitutional as set out above by Sergeant Mohani.
Ngiyabona lapho ngichazelwe ngichazelwa uSergeant Mohani.
Name of a person who informed the detainee
Umuntu ke wazisa umsolwa
that I understand the contents
ukuthi ngezwisisa ukuthi okubhalwe lana yini.
thereof, date
Sekufakwa yena usuku
2020/06-19,
wathi umhla 19 kuJune 2020
time 22:45,
isikhathi ku-22:45
place Phokeng.
endaweni yasephukeni.
Yes.
And then Mofasimo usayinile moswari wa ile Nantanzi, and then kamo
Underneath, the suspect signed it, and the suspect is Mr. Ndanzi,
and kamo ola right usayinile nam Mohani.
and as well the Sergeant Mohane signed.
Yes. You just read out the serial number of the notice of rights.
Yes.
The serial number on exhibit LL, how does it compare to the one that you've just read out in exhibit PP1?
S094 7284.
Yes. How does it compare to the one that you've read?
Yeah, it's the same. Marabel, at the first letter, I thought it's 5. That's why I said it's 5, but it's S.
Yes.
It's the same, just that the alphabet.
Leyo number iyafana ukuthi mina ngicabanga ukuthi u5 kanti u S094724.
Yes. We want to show you exhibit PP2.
Sicela sihlole exhibit PP2.
The cell register.
Ngisho ukuthi ke la kuregister khona emaselini.
Yes, entry 294. Can you just put that on record?
3294 Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi, age 29, gender male, date 19/6, time 22:45, offense possession of unlicensed ammunition, case 118/6/2020, notice of rights S094 S094724. They detained 2006-0045. Then here it says date of release. You can see clearly.
It's fine.
Lapho bewela imininingwane yokuboshwa kukaMsola Ntanzi iyasho ukuthi isikhathi kwaku-22:45 usho ukuthi uboshelwa ukuba nenhlamvu ezingekho emthethweni khishwa ke nenombolo yecala S118/6/2020 and kuyashiwa ke nenamba yephepha lamalungelo ukuthi S0947284.
Yes, you may continue. So you proceeded to Primrose.
Yes, transfer to Primrose, SAPS, where he was detained.
He was then detained in Primrose, was evaluated Primrose.
Was he then transferred from Phokeng to Primrose?
Primrose. That is correct.
And just for the record, where is Primrose Police Station?
Primrose
In Johannesburg.
Primrose in Johannesburg. Primrose is a code.
Yes. What happened there at Primrose Police Station?
How did I go to Primrose Police Station?
No, really, Ramia or Nagar Versalari case in some pain.
We placed him there because there were many other cases that we're still investigating on. Some
and then Rabara Musha court therapy cooking or
and then we took him to the Phokeng where he was going to appear in court there.
Yes.
Before
you proceed to that aspect, What happened when you arrived at Primrose?
What was the
procedure?
Primrose?
Ka mokgwa ba dirang ka ona, re fitlha di police station nngwe le nngwe, ba mo rise ba mo tsentšha dibukeng tša bona.
What happened there at Primrose was what happens in every police station where they received him and then entered him in their books. Kwenzeke okufanayo wonke ama-police station ukuthi uma bamukela umuntu bayambhala ey'ncwadini zabo.
Yes, which books?
Ibuku ejele.
Occurrence book ya di-selling.
It is a book, cell occurrence book, which is the occurrence book esemaseleni.
Le SAP 14A.
Also the SAP.
No, sorry, SAP 14.
Also in the SAP 14. Now go to Paisa now SAP 14.
I just want to show you exhibit QQ.
Ngiyakalilebelela gape SAP le bomo exhibit QQ, sorry, exhibit QQ.
Can you place those entries on record?
Big way, DJ.
No, it's okay.
I'm still trying to find it.
All right, in which we already. Okay, in which over Saturday 2020 stroke 06 stroke 20. Serial number 1871. Now for 430 04 JPD 30. Prisoner received. Warrant officer Mukwena received 1 unit as per Bongani Tansi SAP 14 156 of 6/2020 on Puken case 118 of 6/2020 SAP 14A 5094 7284 from Sergeant Mohani National Investigations Pretoria.
Olenge gemniningwane ukuthi wabashomhla 20 kumgqibelo inumber lakhe inikwayo no 871 isikhathi kwawo 430 esho nokuthi warrant officer Mukwena wamamukela ngecala 118 of 6 of 2020 emfaka phakathi neminye imininingwane.
Yes.
Zulapine?
Okay.
There was no entry regarding injuries. What was the position?
Hasu akaba bulela ka go bala mo. No, the issue of injuries was not mentioned here.
Yes. But what was the position? Did you have any injuries?
No,
No, you had no injuries. Why ngalimele?
Yes, then the next entry.
The next entry was for Sunday,
2020 06 21.
on the 21st of June 2021.
Serial number.
No, sorry, on the 21st of June 2020.
2020, no, sorry, 2020. Serial number 2029.
The serial number was 2029.
Now for 2250.
The time was 2250.
Sergeant or suspect charged.
It says there's the suspect charged.
Sergeant Mohale from National Cold Case Investigation charged on blackmail suspect Mongani Ntanzi for court.
Who was Sergeant Mohale was a National Court Case Unit where Tesa Sola Untanzi.
As per SAPS 14.
Jenga SAPS 14.
136.
136.
06.
06.
2020.
2020.
Puken case 118 of 6 2020.
The Puken case is 118 of 6 of 2020. to lapho kubhaliwe ukuthi umsola waletho inombolo yabhalwa 2029 ngesikhathi sika 2250 so elethwa mayelana necala lika 118 of 6 of 2020.
Once again, there's no entry regarding injuries. What was the position?
Awuna mo bangwaleng hape ka go bala. No, he was not injured.
Can you
Benga clean man.
read the entry below that at 2300 hours?
Kupa lebaleng kamera ka motlasa EU.
This one is serial number 2020.
No cells visited?
Yes, 2300. Cells visited by Sergeant Kava and Constable Makutu. 10 units in custody, no complaints.
Ati bare disale dilecha bathi amasela avashela Sergeant Kaba nomunye ahamba nayo akungena zikhalo.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ke tlotjala pele ka ya di 2022. Yeah, escort duties. Elor Thomas the number 265. Now go 715. Escort duties. Detective Sergeant Mokhani from National Cold Case escorted 1 unit as per SAP 14136 of 6/2020. Mungani Ntanzi, case 118 of 6/2020. He was taken to Hlabani Magistrate Court.
Lana kubhale ukuthi udetective session okane waphelezela oyedwa ubongani Ntanzi emphelezela eHlabani court.
And
then we took him and went with him to Hlabani. So sisamba naye samthatha samba naye saye Hlabani.
Once again, there's no entry regarding injuries. What was the position?
Hape abangala gore una le o gobetšega ba yan. No, he was not injured. Ta wa engalimele.
Yes.
And we took him to Hlabani and then they took the docket to the prosecutor. So fika samthatha samisa le Hlabani umshushisi wasethatha docket basoyisa docket umshushisi. Because it was the time of COVID, Hlabani was closed and they were working outside. So I must figure out Procedural. Hlabani evaliwe ngoba kuyisikhathi se-COVID. Babesebenzela ngaphandle. They received him and he received the docket. Base bamamukela ne-docket yakhe.
By postpone to the 20. By postpone to the 20. It's about the 29. I'm not sure. Like, yeah. So well, postpone like Saupala date to nearly junior.
The case was postponed. I think it looks like the 29th, but what I know is that the case was postponed.
Just want to show you Exhibit RR.
Exhibit RR.
Can you just identify what is Exhibit RR?
Exhibit RR again.
In which the charge sheet Flagstad.
It's written charge sheet Flagstad. Charge sheet Flagstad.
Case A171 stroke 20 police station Pukeng.
Police station is Pukeng.
Case number 1186 of 118 of 6/2020.
The case is 118 of 6 of 2020.
Investigation officer Sergeant Mohani.
The investigation officer appears as Sergeant Mohani.
District
Yes. What is the place of trial?
Gore molato o go tlo theleletswa kae?
Hlabane court.
In Hlabane.
And the date of first appearance?
Tšatši la mathomo la go hlaga mo kgorong
2020/6/2022.
2020-06-22.
Yes. And the name of the accused?
Leina la mo latofatšwa.
Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi.
The name of the accused was Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi. Igama likamsolo Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi.
Address Nongoma.
Ikheli lakhe ke kwaku Banongo.
If you can turn to page 4, if you count from the first page.
Ao ka bala go tloa pageng ya mathomo wa ya go pageng ya bone.
To which date was the matter postponed?
To page 4.
Ga o thoma ka pageng ya mathomo tla go fetša page ya bone mo ba re ile ya go setšwa morago gore e lo tsena gape ka tšatši le lefe.
Request postponement to the 3rd of 8/2020.
It was postponed to the 3rd of 8/2020.
What is the date of postponement?
Tšatši la le beilweng mo la gore bušeditšwe gore yo tsena neng ke lefe.
Or agent the 29th of 6/2020.
Adjourned to the 29th of 6/2020.
Yes. And whilst we're still on Exhibit R, there were several appearances. Can you get to the appearances of the 13th of July 2020?
Our level appearance the 13th of July 2020.
It's the 6th page when you start from the beginning.
How to mama to move? It have page of 60.
Yes. And did you accompany the accused to court when he appeared?
Wela sepela le mola to fatwa wa ile na corona ga ilo bona kana mo corona.
Wa ishagena.
Yes, he was accompanied by me. Yebo kwa mina owamhambisa lapha.
On the proceedings of the 13th of July 2020, can you indicate, according to the record, who was appearing on behalf of the accused?
Ke mang e be le moemedi wa molato fatwa ka tšatši lewe?
The defense accused one, Mr. Mujiyako.
But the accused, the representative for the accused was Mr. Mujiapo.
And it's written digitally recorded. Just read what stands beyond or below that digitally recorded.
Here, Mr. Mujiyako request postponement to the 3rd of 8/2020 in discussion with the DPP.
Nje lapho ke bamjako ucele ukuthi ihlahla icala lihlehlisele umhla ka 3 August 2020 emuva ukuthi kube nokuxoxisana no DPP.
And again, on the next page, the appearances of the 3rd of August 2020.
The appearance of the 3rd of August 2020, more page in lateral.
It was on the...
Who was appearing for the accused?
Mr. Mujiyako Ape.
It was Mr. Mujiyako again.
The proceedings of the 17th of August 2020.
17th August 2020.
In which Mr. Mujiyako Mara Ubaseo.
It is written Mr. Mujiyako, but he was not present. But Mr. Mujiyako to hang.
Next page, proceedings of the 20th of August 2020. Who was on record for the accused?
Mr. Mujiyako Ape.
It was also Mr. Mujiyako.
And just below digitally recorded, can you please on record what's written there?
Accused abundance application for bail.
Kuthiwa ke lapho ke umsolwa wanqaba ukuthi afake isicelo sebhail.
And proceedings of the 5th of October 2020 was appearing for the accused.
Umane
Just the next page.
mela umsolwa ngomhla ka 5 October 2020.
Isale Mr. Meyiwa gape.
It remains Mr. Jago. Kokso Babu Jago.
And the proceedings of 11 November 2020
Isale Mr. Meyiwa Meyiwa.
It still remains Mr. Jago who's representing him.
Yes, and lastly, proceedings of 26 November 2020.
Isale Mr. Meyiwa mara atla.
It is still Mr. Jago, but it did not arrive.
Yes. Thank you. We will get back to Mr. Meyiwa later on. Yes, you may proceed.
Ugatsho laphi?
Gomme re fetša kwa ba ra boa le ena after ba postponile.
We came back with him after they had postponed. Sabuya naye ke mva ukuthi lihlehliswe icala.
And then
That is now on the 22nd of June 2020.
Even the 22nd of June 2020 movie.
yes, yeah, ga to ya ke ya ilo tswala pelo ga goro.
Yes, that is the day when he was to appear before the court. Yeah, ila o fanele kona vele phambi kwenkantolo.
Gomme re ile ra boela le ena gape a ke sa bore le ena police station e feng.
Well, we returned with him, but I don't remember which police station. So let's go and I'm about and talk about this.
Entry from Pretoria Police Station. Which entry are those as per Exhibit SS?
So, exhibit SS scheme.
Mo godimo e ngwetše gore Monday 2020 of 6/2022.
On top is written Monday 20.
Monday 2020 ngwaga ke 2020 kgwedi ya botshelela 20 ka letšatši la masome a mabedi le metšo e mebedi.
On the 22nd of June 2020.
Serial number mo fasing ngwetše
Number is written as 16661. 1661.
1661 1500 hours 15.00.
The time is 15 hours.
Yone bala ka tsela e prisoner received.
Kuthiwa lana ke umsolwa wamukelwa.
Sergeant Mohane from National Court Case Unit of Pretoria handed in.
Sergeant Mohane wase National Court Case Unit cell wafaka umsolwa lapho.
One male Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi.
Umuntu oyedwa owesilisa uBongani Ntanzi.
Pukenkas 118 of 6/2020.
Judge case sephukeng 118 of 6 of 2020.
Possession of unlicensed ammunition.
Uthi ke lapho icala lokuba nezinhlamvu ezingekho emthethweni.
Itswala pele tlakaleng la o latela isale Monday 2020 of 6/2022.
It was still the Monday of
2020 of 6/2022. 22 June.
The 22nd of June 2020.
SAP
The SAP 14 of
108
108
stroke 06
so 06
2020.
2020.
Yes,
This is the SAP 14A
S094
S094
7284.
7284.
In which Bongani Ntanzi without any visible injuries,
It also written Bongani Ntanzi without any visible injuries.
and he confirmed
Futhi ke naye ke waletha isiqiniseko salokho
handed correctly ka sign agape
uthi kwam
Now, after the appearance in Kabani on the 22nd of June 2020,
again it.
That is correct.
and is it correct that this is now the entry from Pretoria Mood Police Station?
And more correct, more anguished Pretoria Mode Police Station.
Again it.
That is correct. We are allowed for Pretoria Mode Police Station.
Yes. What is the next relevant entry?
More one happy,
Every Wednesday, 24th of June 2020,
Mshaka 24 June 2020, we will start to
serial number 1826,
serial number 1826.
Nako 1320,
Skati 1320.
in which you have investigation out, Mohale out with one male national cold case investigation,
Sergeant Bukhalo waphuma nomuntu oyedwa eyobheka ukwenza uphenyo ngecala
Bongani Ntanzi,
owakhishwa uBongani Ntanzi
SAP 14,
SAP 14 Nancy
108,
108
stroke 06,
stroke 06
stroke 2020.
stroke 2020.
Case 118 of 6 2020
Igama lecala inamba yecala 118 6 2020.
without injuries and no complaint.
Akalimalanga futhi akazange abe nento akhona ngayo.
Correctly received,
Wamukelwa kahle
sign up.
ngasayina futhi.
Can you now tell the court in your own words what was the purpose of signing out to the accused?
Le ka botsa gore ibele le munche
Were Muncha ailo dira confession kare Brigadier Gininda ile na bego ai
make a confession as arranged by Brigadier Gininda. Sasimkipela ukuthi ayovuma icala eyovumisana njengoba kwakulungiswa ke uBrigadier Gininda.
ole retsamela na rimishe Boxback Magistrate Court.
He said we should take him to the Boxback Magistrates Court. Wathi ke simthatha simise eBoxback emahhovisi kamanje.
Ome receptionele na gape
We went with him again. Sahamba naye futhi.
That is you and who?
Oh, wena no but ibelwa nali mama.
kina Sergeant Mabena,
It was me and Sergeant Mabena. Where we me and Sergeant Mabena.
the escort aki Ekurhuleni Metropolis Metropolis.
We were escorted by the Ekurhuleni Metropolis as well as Zola
Brigadier Ndoro le kwitla kwa Boxback ke tsene officing ya SPP
uba le gape o bolele gape.
Brigadier Gininda le kwitla kwa Boxback Magistrate Court.
Brigadier Gininda had informed me that when I arrived at the Boxback Magistrate Court,
Kichi Bongani Ntanzi Kimisha officing ya SPP.
I should then there take Bongani Ntanzi to the office of the SPP. Wathi uma ngifika lapha Boxburg ngithatha ulibongani Ntanzi ngiyise ehhovisi lika SPP.
And what does SPP stand for?
SPP imaging.
Senior Public Prosecutor.
It stands for Senior Public Prosecutor.
Yes.
And then Senior Public Prosecutor Otlampuncha Magistrate to Atar Tushanga confession.
Then the Senior Public Prosecutor was going to show us or take us to the magistrate who was supposed to take the confession. Wayezosithatha-ke asise ehhovisi likamantshi le mantshi-ke okuyiyona efanele ithathe-ke ibhale phansi ukuka Ntanzi.
Our home really Rafika, one of our Boxburg court.
We did indeed arrive at the Boxburg magistrate court. Sasiyafika-ke magistrate court yase-Boxburg.
Rafika SPP office.
And then we arrived at the offices of the SPP. Safika office of the SPP.
Umear wancha officer magistrate.
Then we were shown to the offices in Manchi.
Magistrate Wamasai Walhoa.
It was a female magistrate, a white lady. Oh, magistrate Yumlongo Westfazane.
Oh, Kilangamzori Koki Koronje.
Whom I got to know as Kronian. I think I am Mazuti Ukrainian.
Omer Pichakwa, Ilegai
Introduced myself to the magistrate as Sergeant Mohale. Also, his figure he's the two lang man to Sergeant Mohale.
Omegitlishi Muswari for confession.
And that I had brought the suspect to here for a confession. Also to Ngangi, they take a long solo again, which as of Miso.
No, Ule Unyaka appointment certificate saga, Las Polisa.
And then he asked me for my appointment letter, my police appointment letter. I said, tell you in what Yamike, you cash is poison.
Jonathan Rape, office.
And since I was being in the accompaniment of Constable Jonathan and Constable Listery, who had accompanied me into the office,
Oh, sorry. I'm not sure if the witness is reading from the statement or is just giving oral.
His statement.
His statement. Because the basis.
Well, I didn't know it's the statement.
Are you reading from your statement?
Not every time.
What are those? It's a notes. Is it the statement or your notes?
It's a statement.
Hello?
The statement.
Is it signed, sir?
Yes.
It's not.
By whom?
By me.
By you?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, Mr.
Do you need to refer to a statement or can you testify without referring to the statement?
I need to refer.
Yes.
Getting I would check as a statement.
Yes, Mr. Gonzo. Anything you want to say?
No, man, the statement before it was read, there were no bases that relate on.
Yeah, but in this courts, witnesses normally refresh their memories through reading statements. You are aware of that, of course.
I'm aware, my lord, but
But if you want to object, you can object.
Yes.
yes.
No problem. But
Did you make a statement regarding this matter?
We don't want to statement away. That is correct.
Was the statement reduced to writing?
Statements the statements that is correct.
Did you make the statement in your own handwriting or did someone take down your statement?
We learn one last statement. The second is all out.
No, this type of Kennel Guininda.
It was typed by Kenneth Gininda. Sa type by Kenneth Gininda.
mara ne ke sengwe tša ka letsogo sa bonagale
I had written it with my hand, and which was not quite legible. Angisibhale ngesandla kungabonakali kahle.
Was it a complete statement that you wrote down in your own handwriting, or did you just make notes?
Ibeli statement se feletseng se o se ngwaleng fatshe kapa ke ibeli di-notes fela.
ne ke dirile di-notes go
A ke ke?
ne ke dirile di-notes
I had made some notes.
Yes.
Ngangibhale nje ama-note.
Now, after Brigadier Gininda typed the statement, was it given to you? Or in which language was the statement typed?
Statement se typile ka polelo efe?
ka sekgowa
In English. Type ngesingisi.
Were you dictating the statement to him, or you were telling him the statement in a certain language and he then translated it to another
re
language?
bolela ka sesotho le sekgowa yena ngwala
We were using both English and Lesotho, but he was writing it down in English. Sasikhuluma zombili isiSotho nesilungu kodwa ke yena wayibhala phansi ngesingisi.
After the statement was completed, was it given to you to read?
Kamera ora statement so singwale fatshe.
Or was it read back to you?
Fa sona gore o se bale kapa o ile ba lwa sona.
ke se badile ne
I read it myself. Ka se funda menqo.
Were you satisfied with the contents thereof?
Le be le khotsofetse ka se singwaleng ka mo fawe.
ee ka re ke nna ne ke mmotsa sona
Yes, because I was the one who was telling him, yebo ngangenelisikile ngoba yimina ngamtshela sona.
Did you then append your signature to the statement?
Le la tshikitša ka mo mafelong.
ke nnete
That is correct, yebo.
Just want to show you a document. And is that your statement?
which one
Jale, tokomane e bile mpela gago ke sona statement sa gago.
ee ke sona
That is my
Is
statement.
that the one you were reading from?
Ke sona se o boela mo sona.
ee ke sona
Yes, it is.
What is the date on the statement?
Tšatši le ngwadileng mo statementeng ke tšatši le lefe?
the 25 October 2023
25 October 2023.
nako ke 2140
The time is 21:40. Skati go 21:40.
And was the statement commissioned?
Statement is less commissioning.
ee
That is correct.
Yes, by who?
Sir Commissioner is less Commissioner Giman.
brigadier Gininda
The Brigadier Gininda. It was Brigadier Gininda.
If you look at page 1 of the statement, at the bottom,
Come on, fellow
There are some
statement.
initials. Whose initials are those?
Get the initial Chaman Sherry Limfawe.
ke tšaka
They are mine. Yes, our my initials.
And the other initials?
ke tša brigadier Gininda
And my initials are Brigadier Gininda. The other initials are Brigadier Gininda's.
In the second page,
e sa le yona le yona
It is still mine as well. So
Yes.
your name.
let's just identify
yao
those.
ke signature ya ka le ya brigadier Gininda gape
It is my
There's no the
signature
initials?
and the initials of Brigadier Gininda as well.
Yes.
then ka mo mafelong ke signature ya ka le mo wa commissioner wa
At the end, it is my signature and also the one who commissioned the statement. Kunenike ila wakasana mina no let's consider the commissioner's statement.
Now, do you want to refresh your memory from the statement?
Yeah, before you do that, for the purposes of this court, was that statement circulated to all the councils?
Yes, indeed, my lord, it
You're
was.
not taking them by ambush or surprise. They
No.
are aware of the
Yes.
fact that witness, Mokhale, made a statement,
Yes, it was given
and
to
it was,
us.
as you say, handed over to all the people.
Yes.
Yes,
Lord, may I just indicate that the typed statement was the one that was circulated to the councils, but the original, the handwritten,
The original is written.
the handwritten was never circulated.
Is there a handwritten statement, Mr. Baloyi?
We only have the type statement.
Have you seen the handwritten statement?
No, I haven't seen it.
Now, why do you say there's one?
The witness indicated, my lord, that the handwritten was not that legible.
Yeah.
Then it had to be, we want to see that original, the one that is not legible.
Sir, where's your illegible handwritten statement?
Statement sa gago se se sa bonagaleng gabotse se kae?
No, Salras is read after the because Ruano say as we talk about as one around.
We shredded it afterwards because we realized that it is too illegible to be of any use. Sa
It
sitabula.
is shredded. But the point is, what you related to this court, it's what you perceived, experienced, and did. Or is there somebody else, I don't know where, who's telling you what to testify on?
Ona motho a botsang gore o fe bopaki bo feng kapa ke bo wena o tsebang le bopaki ba nnete.
I'll give an open one.
This is what happened to me.
Benita never told you what to say,
Ke nenda ga o botsa gore
what to
ngwaleng
testify.
kapa gore o ntshe bopaki bo fe.
I was a
No, he didn't do that.
Yeah, okay, Mr.
Ke nenda azange ngitshela ukuthi ngifake bufakazi mina ngikhuluma ngento engayibona ngokwane.
And just clarify, the document that you say was shredded, was it a statement or notes?
Jale, document e leng la isota e be le di-note kapa e be le statement.
It was a notes in a form of statement but not completed.
It was notes in a form of a statement but
But
not
with effects, yeah.
Yes.
kwakuhama note nje kodwa ke ayengabhaliwe ukufikela emaphethelweni.
Mr. Baloyi,
Yes.
was it indicated in the list of witnesses that this witness is going to give evidence?
Yes, I think we did mention that is witness number 107.
Number 107.
Yes.
So it is notarized in the
Yes.
list of witnesses.
Yes, ma'am.
It's not like he's flown from heaven.
Yes.
Want to say something?
My lord, before we proceed on the my lord, it will be submitted that the statement has been irregularly made, in the sense that the investigating officer or the head of the investigation is the one who was dictated with the contents of the statement, and it has been commissioned by the same head of investigation.
It's not what this witness says. He says he apprised Ginanda of what he did all along. He was never told by Ginanda, say this, say that, say this, say you went to Pukeng and you got into the room there and you found some hoodies of different colors, but the one of the relevant color was not there. And then we took him back to Pukeng, and then at the police station, we said, we don't know the persons in Pukeng. Can you give us some accompaniment? He says that's out of his own knowledge.
My lord,
That's what he says.
our submission is irregular on the basis that, firstly, if disclosure was made before the commencement of the trial, this statement is recently made, 25 October 2023. It consists of fabrication because
Fabrication.
that's correct, my lord. That's how I submit.
Okay.
Because that cannot be confirmed with the statement to see if it's consistent with the handwriting or the original document. Now it is the evidence of the witness to say it has been destroyed. How do we then draw a conclusion that this has not been fabricated after other
Who
witnesses?
fabricated it? You keep saying fabricated. Who fabricated it?
My lord,
Because this witness says, this is my statement. Now, who fabricated it?
the manner in which it was taken. I mean, Brigadier Gininda is the head of the investigation.
And so?
There's evidence that has already been led by other witnesses. At the same time, On the 25th of October 2023, during the course of trial within the trial, a statement is discovered to the defense without even making a cross-reference to the original statement, because when he made the statement, the original statement, the authenticity of the statement shall be drawn from the original information that the witness has. He's an independent witness who testified and who made a statement originally giving all the circumstances of what transpired during the investigation. Now comes Brigadier Keneda, who is the head of the investigation. Now what strikes the defense more is the fact that if this statement was not made or typed, because I believe they have facilities to do that, if it was not typed by Brigadier Keneda himself, there is prospects that they were fabricating issues. As a
no, just quote the law, because you know what? I'm even aware that an investigating officer can take a confession, although it is advisable that he shouldn't be. You know that legal principle. An investigating officer involved in the same case and investigating it
cannot take
not a confession, sorry. He can take a statement.
Can it take a statement?
That's it. Sorry, not a confession.
Yes.
So that statement is not the same status with that. Okay, let's hear Mr. Baloi.
Will make my Leonard friend's task easier. Just try put away the statement and just give your evidence without the statement. They can, in cross-examination, take it further with you. Yes, you arrived at the Boksburg Magistrate Court, and you mentioned that you were referred to Ms. Croy.
Office magistrate senior public prosecutor. Who the
I just will let you know the copy just in Jarena, the copy the appointment certificate.
Like I said, she took the copies of our appointment certificates. When's a copy appointment certificate A2? She took them and went into her office.
Yes. Kamara officer magistrate, only advocate Mujiyako.
Inside the offices of the magistrate, there was advocate Mujiyako, who was the legal representative of Mr. Dance. Long apart to office, no advocate Mujiyako, Meligan Dance.
When you were referring to Exhibit RR, the charge sheet of Bukeng, you mentioned, you read out the report where the name of Mjiak was also mentioned. Is it a different person? In Exhibit RR.
Exhibit RR. No, it's still the same person. Oh, yeah, so yeah, no,
On the 24th of June 2020, had you seen him before, or were you seeing him for the first time?
What on 22 June? I know, I first saw him in Pukeng.
The point is, did you see him on the 24th of June at Boksburg?
Yes,
yes, I did see him.
With your own eyes?
Yes, he was standing next to me, very close to me in the office.
Okay.
Yeah, I met to the office.
Yes.
Then we went out of the office, and the magistrate closed the door. And then Danzi was left inside the office together with the magistrate and a certain woman who was an interpreter. and also Michiako. And we waited outside until the magistrate was finished with Ndanzi. Samalinda ngaphandle ukufika lapho magistrate eqeda ngondanzi.
If you say we waited outside, that is you and who?
Ora wena le mang?
Officer Jonathan Yul.
And it was me, Officer Jonathan, and Yul. Why me, Officer Jonathan, no Yul?
Yes.
Baba never EMPD never passaging parking.
And the others who were from the EMPD were just standing around in passages and also in the parking. Labanye ke base EMPD bayemele mas passage nale ngaphandle parking. When the time came, when the magistrate was finished, she opened the door. And she said she was finished and we could take on dance. I said, "Good dealing on dance." So I'm tired.
Yes.
We took him and went into the cars. So some tata singing moto any.
Yes.
We then took him to a police station. I don't remember which police station.
You mentioned that Ms. Cronje requested copies of your appointment certificate. Just want to show you an annexure to Exhibit JJ, Annexure A.
Orle Cronje ubanyaka the appointment letter chalena ki nyago roboncha exhibition
Can you just identify that?
Appointment certificate.
It is my appointment certificate. What we appointment certificate yami? It has my face and the police emblem. In Nobusobami no Paulus Poisa.
And then at
the back it was not very legible. She then asked me to write my names, my full names and other
ID number,
the ID number,
first number, the rank.
And the first number and the rank. I said to her, ID number yami, the first number yami, no good thing you rank.
And the next pages?
More paging and lateral.
In which you will create Lindsering, Metropolis.
It is Yul Craig Lissering with the face and the emblem.
Yeah, in which you have ID number, the first number.
It is also, everything is written there with the ID numbers and the first numbers.
Yes, the next page.
In which you Wendell, Logan, Jonathan. Just Metropolis page, ID number, first number.
It's also written Wendell Jonathan with the ID number and the first number, etc.
And who are they?
Of the Eguruleni Metro Police. Amalungu exposed Sase Metro Sase Guruleni.
Yes, thank you. If we can get back to Exhibit SS.
I don't know whether I go Exhibit SS.
Entry from Pretoria Mode. Just show it to the witness, please. Just read the entry on the 24th of June 2022,
Akuba le mo ngwaleng ka di 24 tša June 2022.
1857.
Bala mo number 1857.
18. Yes. Gape sangwe se Wednesday, the 24th of June 2020 kwa godimo.
It is also written the Wednesday to 24th of June 2020 on top.
Serial number 1857.
The serial number is 1857.
Nako ke 1910.
The time is 1910.
In which your investigation back.
It is written investigation back.
Sergeant Mohale back with one male Bongani Ntazi.
Yakhombisa ukuthi uSergeant Mkhalo ubuye nendoda ekuthiwa uBongani Ntanzi.
CPS 14108 of stroke 6 is SAP 14108 stroke 06 stroke 2020.
SAP 14108 or 6 or 2020.
Without any visible injuries, back correctly.
Engalimalanga futhi ke ebuyiswe kahle waphinde wasign. And he signed again as well.
Then what happened further after the 24th of June?
Ga ba diragalang ka morao di 24 tša June.
Re ile ra re mo sepedisha case ya Phukeng.
We then accompanied him to attend the Phukeng case. So sisimphelezela ukuthi ahambe ayo vela ecaleni lase Phukeng.
Yes.
Yeah, the late Sergeant Mabena.
And then we took him there with late Sergeant Mabena. So Simeon Bisalapa, no more Sergeant Mabena.
Sorry.
Yes, is that on the date of appearances that you have just put on record from Exhibit RR?
Wile ajola nengo go koto ka mo ngwetsi mo Exhibit RR.
Yeah, ke tsona ka mala fela.
They are contained in this paper here.
Yes, anything further that we want to say regarding accused number 2?
Kuna ntshongwe o ba dinyaka go yo ke tsa ka mo latfa tsa obedi. No, there's nothing else I want to add. Are you going to know in a sense?
And did you have any interaction with accused number 1?
That is correct.
So please, my lord, we're going to move on to exhibits that involve accused number 1, as it's rather late in the day. Can we perhaps adjourn at this stage until tomorrow?
What's the time now?
12 minutes past 3.
Zulu, what's your view?
Same view.
I've got no objection.
But you don't have a view. Yes, Mr. Ngumalo.
Thank you, my lord. I have no objection. Thank you.
Ms. Mshodolo?
No objection, my lord.
Okay, are you available tomorrow?
Sergeant Utabala gona go sasa. I'll be available, my lord.
Where do you stay? In a hotel?
Udula guy, udula hoteling. I stay in my Johannesburg at my own home.
You refused an offer of the Sheraton, yeah?
Okay,
until tomorrow then, at 10.